Labas rytas visiems. Good morning, everybody. I welcome you to the panel 6, Identity and Cultural Heritage in Memory Institutions. A very warm welcome from my side. My name is Ruth Leiserowitz. I'm the Deputy Director of the German Historical Institute in Warsaw, and we have also a branch in Vilnius. And I was also chosen to work together in the scientific committee to prepare these conferences, and we had a very interesting time in this committee to choose the presentations and to make the program. And finally, we are here and on our second day. And I would say this panel will be like the others filmed, and later everybody can, after the conference, also see it in a YouTube channel. So first, let me introduce our speakers, and then we will hear the presentations, and at least we will discuss all the 3 topics together. Nevertheless, the topics are quite different, but they are intertwined, and so I decided as a moderator that we will discuss this together. And we will start with a presentation by Revekka Kefalea. She is from Greece, from Athens, and she holds a bachelor degree in social policy and social anthropology, a master degree in urban and regional planning, and as well a master degree in political science and sociology. And currently, she is affiliated with the Institute for the Study of Greek-German Relations of the Department of Political Science and Public Administration. And there she explores the image of Germany in Greece during World War I in cultural heritage materials of the era. And what is very interesting, Revekka is also doing a lot in non-profit organizations, for instance, at Inter Alia. And there she is managing grant-funded projects in relation to arts, digital cultural heritage, emerging technologies, open access and civic engagement. And what I found special, very challenging is her dealing as a Creative Commons certificate facilitator. That means she supports professionals of diverse backgrounds to acquire a better understanding of the tensions between copyright and digital technologies. And she is advocating for open access within the institutions. and that's also would be a very special topic. But today, Revekka is speaking about national museums and the state, a comparative history of access to cultural heritage in Europe. So that's our first speaker, and our second speaker comes from Lithuania. She is a PhD candidate. That's Gabija Vyšniauskaitė-Danušė. She comes from the Institute of Lithuanian Literature and Folklore, and she has a bachelor's degree in Spanish philology and interpreting. She did it at Vilnius University. And currently, she's working on her PhD project, focusing on Lithuanian diaspora identity. And she had a lot to do with Lithuanian communities in Latin America, where she worked and traveled. So she can give us a bright insight into Lithuanian communities in Argentina, Uruguay, and Brazil. She will speak about Lithuanian identity abroad, the role of archives and museums. And our third speaker is as well from Lithuania, from the Vilnius University, from the Faculty of Philosophy, and it's Laurynas Peluritis. And Peluritis has a bachelor, a master, and a PhD, all in philosophy at Vilnius University. His PhD project he defended in 22, and it was under the title The Cave and Two Sons, Philosophy in Soviet Lithuania from 1944 till 1986, Institution, Personalities, Ideas. Since 23, he has been working at the Institute of Philosophy of Vilnius University, and he is interested in political philosophy, the history of Lithuanian philosophy, and the history of ideas and concepts. And we will listen his presentation under the title, Why Should We Forget Collective Memory? And that's the underline is a provocation. So we have a quite promising span from the national museums through the diaspora until a provocation. And let's start with Revekka, and everybody has 20 minutes to speak. Okay, yes, and here. So.
Thank you for this warm introduction. I have to admit that I'm not very comfortable with microphones and public speaking, so it will take me some time to relax up here. It feels a bit lonely, but please be patient with me. Today, I will present something that is based on my master's thesis, in which I explored the history of access to national museums in Europe in light of mass digitization projects of cultural heritage and the open access movement. And I chose this starting point because I'm also actively involved in the open access movement. And in the open access movement, we ask cultural heritage institutions to open access to their collections so that everyone can reuse and remix their collections for any purpose. Because universal access to knowledge and culture has a lot of benefits. It promotes the democratization of knowledge, social equality, social inclusion, and the well-being of societies. Of course, this simply phrased request has a lot of hidden assumptions about memory institutions. It assumes that memory institutions are closed organizations that usually address the needs of the experts and the elites, that usually have the knowledge, skills, and free time to visit them and appreciate the cultural goods that they have to offer. But by adopting open access, cultural heritage institutions can empower the general public, the general public to also engage with cultural heritage, and in this way, maybe cultural heritage institutions can challenge existing power relations and structures. Of course, there are a lot of open access initiatives at the moment, but adoption of open access is limited, and this is what existing data shows us. And there are a lot of serious reasons for this, and there are a lot of discussions about the benefits and challenges of open access in the sector. The problem, let's say, with these discussions is that they focus on present-day processes and arrangements, and they usually approach the memory institutions as one unified sector, the so-called CLAM sector. While it is useful to adopt a contemporary lens to approach access to memory institutions, I think that it is also important to adopt a historical approach to access and also to explore this specific topic on a type-by-type basis. And I believe that national museums can offer us a unique perspective in this, not only because they have a direct connection with nation and state formation processes, but because since the very beginning of their foundation, they were established with the vision and the aim to provide universal access to knowledge and culture. And I also believe that it is useful to adopt a comparative approach to this history, and I selected 5 national museums in Europe: the British Museum, the Louvre, the Rijksmuseum, the Germanic National Museum in Nuremberg, and the National Archaeological Museum of Athens. And I chose these specific museums because they were the first ones that they were established in each state. So they hold a prominent place in each state's cultural policy and landscape. They usually promote dominant narratives about the nation and the state. Also, they were established in national states with different histories of emergence and formation. And at the moment, they hold a unique place in what I call the open access and digital spectrum. Of course, this historical comparative approach cannot lead us to a comprehensive assessment of all the various influences. It cannot lead us to the emergence of causal relationships, and it cannot lead us to the articulation of general conclusions, but it can help us identify certain similarities and differences, isolate unique features of each case, understand different historical processes and outcomes, trace their influences in present-day arrangements, and also explore issues and questions for further exploration. It is very well known that the history of the national museums starts in the mid of the 18th century, when art collections and cabinets of curiosities started to be used to achieve new political aims, to construct national identities, to bear witness to the superiority of the nation, to educate citizens in national history and memory, to cultivate the taste of the public, and also to provide roles and models for contemporary creation and entrepreneurship. And this is this can be found in foundational texts, but also in parliamentary debates of the era. I know that this table has a lot of information to swallow, and it has no place in a slide presentation. I just added this because I want to point out that the British Museum and the Louvre pioneered this shift towards national museums. Of course, all these museums have different types of collections, but in one way or none of these museums is a national history museum, but they are collections and exhibitions somehow reflect the national identity or aspects of each national identity. But also all of these museums are related to the state or related to the foundation of each state, but they do reflect different context of state involvement. For example, the British government was, for the first century of the British Museum's existence, was reluctant to fund the museum, but it did so in competition with France, where the revolutionary government founded and developed the Louvre with a propagandistic purpose to showcase France's cultural superiority and to educate citizens in republican values. The rest of the national museums were established in the context of nationalistic movements that were triggered by the French Revolution. Compared to the British Museum and the Louvre, that are universal survey museums, the rest ones are national museums, usually art, cultural history, or archaeological museums, but somehow the selection of these collections is related to the state formation processes. In terms of access, if we read all the foundational texts in parliamentary debates, all those who were involved in the establishment of these museums had a vision to provide universal access to their collections. However, we do know that due to practical limitations, but also due to the social and economic conditions of the time, but also due to curatorial practices, this wasn't the case. Although we don't have extensive primary sources about audience demographics, we can understand that due to the social and economic conditions, it wasn't the working classes that flooded these museums. However, we can assume, actually at the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century, the number of museums across Europe increased, and also their typology became more diverse. So from this fact, we can assume that gradually the audience of museums became broader. In the beginning of the 20th century, museums had other challenges to face. I have to say that there are a lot of ways to explore and narrate the history of access to museums, but I'm just pointing some, let's say, events and moments that are related to my final destination, which is open access. During the first half of the 20th century, museums had to face the challenges that were posed by the two world wars. We do know that a lot of museums had to close down, but also they became involved in the war in various ways. For example, a lot of museums provided services to the government. Also, a lot of museums organized or hosted propagandistic exhibitions, and sometimes this was the only way for museums to keep operating. And this involvement, also they had to provide various educational activities that sometimes went beyond the scope of their collections. For example, the British Museum organized educational activities about hygiene during the First World War. So all these new roles helped museums explore their communication potential and also explore their relationship with new and diverse and broader audiences. Of course, after the war, the Second World War, museums had to compete for funds in a very antagonistic financial environment because governments had other pressing priorities. And in the 80s, funding cuts imposed by neoliberal policies were added to these challenges. So museums had to find new funding tools involving audiences. For example, they started establishing cafes, shops, membership schemes, private donations, and also in a financial environment that prioritizes quantity instead of quality, they had to incorporate audience numbers in their arguments for public and private funding. So this also forced museums to start exploring their audiences a bit more. And by exploring their audiences and their needs, they started adapting to these needs. These shifts also led to another shift in the discussions about the social values of museums. And I have these two publications as examples here. The first one is a book which was published by the director, David Wilson, who was the director of the British Museum in the 80s. And he wrote this book as a cry for help. This is explicitly mentioned in the introduction, as a cry for help to the government for public funding. And what is important in this book is that although he presents the internal processes of museums, he doesn't really focus on the technicalities, but he articulates arguments about the scientific and educational value of public museums. Almost 2 decades later, the Rijksmuseum published a report to prove its economic value and impact. And it's what is striking in this report is the fact that the arguments focus on the positive impact that the museum has in the economy of the Netherlands. So we can notice a shift from the educational and scientific value of museums to the economic value of museums. At the same time, there is another shift going on because of the invention of the web and the democratization of technologies. Audiences from passive receivers of cultural heritage, they become active creators and co-curators of culture. So in this way, audiences start to, let's say, challenge the power that the museums have as gatekeepers of cultural heritage. Because of the democratization of digital technologies, there are a lot of mass digitization projects that are starting to come up from non-profit organizations, for-profit enterprises, but also by national states on a national and transnational level. Of course, this leads to a growing tension between technical possibilities that are offered by digital technologies versus restrictions that are posed by national copyright laws. And this growing tension leads to the rise of the open access movement. The open access movement provides legal tools and guidelines for opening access to cultural heritage, and the main recommendation is to not claim additional copyright for digital copies of public domain works. Of course, there are a few exceptions in this main recommendation, but I need to mention that one of the successes of the open access movement is that this recommendation was incorporated in the 2019 EU Copyright Directive, and which has been incorporated into national laws. For example, in Greece, there is this recommendation is now an article in the updated copyright law. And in principle, GLAM professionals would agree with a healthy public domain in the digital age. However, this isn't the case practically, and of course, the museums that I have selected are not a representative sample, but they can give us a hint of open access adoption in the sector. From the 5 museums that I have selected, only the Rijksmuseum is following this main recommendation. It has published an open data policy in its website, and this open data policy has received a lot of attention in the press, in social media, in conferences, everywhere. And Europeana has published a detailed article in which it presents the whole decision-making process that the museum followed to open access to its collection. So I would like to point out a few things that are widely discussed about the open access policy of the Rijksmuseum, and a few things that are not widely discussed. The open access policy of the Rijksmuseum is celebrated because it provided more digital access points to its collections. It improved the quality content for free reuses and remixes. It increased user engagement, improved the visibility and brand identity of the museum, and this brought increased revenue to the museum. So what is widely discussed is the business model of the Rijksmuseum based on open access and the reputational and economic benefits that the museum received from this policy. What is not widely discussed is the fact that as soon as a memory institution gains visibility and recognition as an authoritative and trusted source of information, its collections are there is increased reuse of its collections, increased power and influence in information, education, research, and culture. And this brings political benefits for the nation and the state that the museum represents. And because its own narratives, representations, and interpretations that become dominant. And to be fair, of course, there are a lot of reframings and recontextualizations of collections, but this reframing and this recontextualization is also happening in the era of national states. And this is something that we tend to forget. I am a bit stressed with time, yes. But I'm wrapping it up. I think that here it is very useful to keep in mind the concept of banal nationalism that Michael Billing introduced, which is not theoretically is not a very robust concept. It is rather descriptive, but it helps us pay attention to all these nation formation processes that are happening in established national states, because now we tend to associate nationalism with the era of revolutions, crises, the rise of the far right, but we tend to forget that nation is an imaginary community. It needs to be constructed and reproduced all the time. So nationalism is still here with us, and somehow it's also there in the open access movement, but we don't discuss it, and this is something that I would like to, for me it's an interesting topic to explore further. So that's all. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Revekka. So applause. And then I ask Gabija, please. We came from a broad overview, European overview, to South America and to more, I assume, more smaller museums and archives.
Yeah, let's see how does it work. So lovely to see you here all today. I'm not at my best as I just came back from the airport, but I will do my best and give you a speech. So today I will speak about Lithuanian identity abroad, the role of archives and museums. And my name is Gabija Vyšniauskaitė-Danušė. I represent the Institute of Lithuanian Literature and Folklore, and I'm doing my PhD there. So as you might already heard, I will speak about Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay, because, as you might imagine, Lithuanian diaspora abroad is pretty broad. So I focus my research on these three countries, because the Lithuanian communities there are the biggest if you speak about Latin America in general. So today I will speak a little bit about diaspora in Latin America, about the key institutions we have there, mostly migration museums, about the methods of documenting diaspora histories, and I will show you some pictures never showed before from an abandoned library 8 kilometers away from Sao Paulo, Brazil. So you might ask, why this topic? So as I told you, I'm doing my PhD on this, but also I have a personal interest because I've been studying Spanish language. I have a degree in Spanish. I'm really in love with the language and the culture, and I had an opportunity to spend 1 year in Latin America giving Lithuanian classes, Lithuanian language and culture classes for the communities there. So I was based in Argentina, in a quite small town of Berisso, and I was also based in Sao Paulo, which is quite a big one. So most of the pictures you're gonna see here are taken during my years of internship in the communities, and there are some lovely little details you might spot. For example, here there is a lovely lady with a cake she baked, and you can just check the Lithuanian flag colors there. So when you go there, when you see the diaspora and how they communicate, you can always spot those small, little, tiny things, which I believe comes to the identity of them. So the background of Lithuanian migration, the main key points is that when Argentina and Brazil changed their constitutions, they invited lots of European workers and students to come to Latin America, because mostly Argentina and Brazil, they were lacking labor force. And at the same time, this part of Europe we live in lacked jobs to offer. So the situation was more or less like this. Young Lithuanians didn't have enough work here in Lithuania, and they didn't have enough possibilities to buy land in Lithuania, and more or less the same happened in Latvia, in Belarus, in Russia, in Poland, and so on. So usually people between 20 and 25 years of age, they were heading to Latin America because they were promised opportunities there. So Lithuania was economically challenged, and young Lithuanians were mostly motivated by the promises they will get land in Argentina, Brazil, and later in Uruguay. Funnily enough, as people didn't know the language of the country they're heading to, Sometimes they believed they were going to Chicago, let's say, and they ended up coming to Montevideo or Buenos Aires, which sounds strange right now, but it was a case back then because of the lack of knowledge. So these lack of abilities of speaking the foreign language led to creating Lithuanian communities abroad, and these communities worked as self-support systems. So, for example, if a member of this community faces an issue, a challenge, let's say fire, flood, something like this, death of a relative, they were supposed to get help as a member of that community. And this was not only the case for Lithuanians, other communities also did the same. For example, in the town of Warsaw, which is called the immigration capital of Argentina, there are 22 different nations with different communities up to today. There were more, of course. And as for today, the biggest number of communities is in Argentina. We have 8 official communities, 3 in Uruguay and 4 in Brazil. Although the data might look quite old enough, the situation is still the same. But to be honest, the communities are shrinking. There are less members every year, and they're doing their best to invite more people. So if you check their social networks, they're like really doing a big job to somehow maintain a community, although you understand the challenge, because like they don't need a self-support system anymore, and most of them, they don't relate that much to Lithuania anymore either, because as you can see, only around 5% of Lithuanian descendants keep in touch with Lithuania. And usually because they are willing to restore their citizenship. As you might know, Lithuania doesn't have a double citizenship, at least yet, but we have a possibility to restore a citizenship if one can prove the relation with grandparents or grand-grandparents and they lived in Lithuania, and if that person has all the relative documents. As for today, there are almost no newcomers. Of course, there are people who travel for love, they travel for studies, for work, but there is not like a big migration wave as it was when Argentina and Brazil just opened up their borders. I should also mention that we have a great program of Education Exchange and Support Foundation. I also got a scholarship, that's why I went to Latin America during my bachelor and master studies. And these programs, they help a lot for the communities to maintain the activities. And also I should mention that there is a huge decrease in Lithuanian speakers. Some people still understand it, but it's not a native language anymore. And also there is a decrease in diplomatic institutions. As for now, we only have 1 consulate in Sao Paulo for the whole South America. And we used to have an embassy in Argentina, but it was closed several years ago. So imagine this huge continent and only 1 diplomatic institution, which leads to, I don't have the official numbers yet, but which leads to less events, less community gatherings, less funding. So the situation is not the brightest, I would say. Anyways, there are still some key institutions I want to mention. So these institutions are owned by the states. So Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay. There are 3 immigration museums in the capital cities, and also the Center for Latin American Migration Studies, which is based in Buenos Aires. So the pictures you can see, they are from these museums. And the museum in Sao Paulo and the one in Buenos Aires, they are based in the old immigration hotels. So these buildings, for example, the one here on the left in Sao Paulo, they used to be the first stop of migrants when they came in. They had all the security checks, all the health checks and so on going on there. And here you can see a screenshot of the digital archive of the museum in Sao Paulo. As you can see, everything there in Portuguese. So this museum has quite a lot to offer online, which is not the case with other museums in Argentina and Uruguay, because they're trying to digitalize the documents, but still the level of online resources is not as high as it's here in Europe. And what I find interesting about these museums, that they offer ships and a passengers directory, because as some Argentinians say, we were born in a ship. This is our homeland. Because these countries, they had a lot of immigration, so lots of people were coming by ships. And if you check your last name, it doesn't really matter which nationality you are. If you check your last name, you might find someone with your last name coming in Uruguay, Argentina, or Brazil in a ship. It's quite interesting. And also you can see some cultural things like Lithuanian males registered with female last names, which shows that, you know, when you are immigrating to the country, they don't really understand your cultural preferences and how your last name system works and so on. So I believe these museums, they raise positive awareness about immigration as a process. Although I should say that in general, Latin Americans are keen on understanding migration, and you can feel it there that they talk more or less positively about immigration. So about the methods of documenting diaspora histories, so I should mention that there were 3 visits to Latin American countries by the Lithuanian archives. I was helping in the 2018 edition. And usually the methods are interviews and collecting of items. And if it's possible, the items are shipped to Lithuania and the digitalized copies are made. But there are quite a lot of challenges the archivists face. At first, the resources are limited. It's hard to find the people who might possess something important. Also, it's difficult to access some of the parts of the country because South America is huge, and it takes a lot of time to travel to reach certain villages and to find people there. And as a Spanish speaker myself, I see that language barrier is huge because lots of Lithuanian archivists and academics, when they go to Latin American countries, usually they don't speak Portuguese or Spanish, and then they can't collect all the data. And yeah, one would say just get an interpreter, but it doesn't work this way, because if you don't have the direct connection with people there, they tend not to say everything they want to. So it happens that we lack communication there. Anyways, so this is a case study which is called Lithuanica. This is in Portuguese it's called condomínio. It's like a small village of Lithuanian diaspora, 80 kilometers away from Sao Paulo. And as a small village, it had a monastery, cemetery, library, a swimming pool. This one still works. So this is the library from the outside, and this is the library from the inside, what we found after the flood. I don't know how much time I have left, but I had a small video, but the photos also okay.
Well, you have still 7 minutes.
Oh my, okay, so I'm going to show you the video then, which is just like 30 seconds, you know. Oh, it doesn't show up. Anyway, yeah, they're going to help me out. Yeah, so the library I will show you was flooded, and it was left like this for a couple of years. Because people living there, they were not able to maintain it. So, yeah. So the situation we found was like this: everything abandoned, some animals living inside, lots of books, everything on the floor, and so on. So our goal was to find, if it's possible, to find any pictures, any documents left there. And if it's possible to save some of the books, yeah, I'll show you the beginning of the video. Yeah, so we managed to save some of the books because the situation was quite bad, and we managed to find some documents, so I will show you those. And the community was happy with the volunteer help. It took us 24 hours to clean everything up. Yeah, so as you can see, there were even birds living there next to the books, as on the picture on the right. So we managed to find and to collect some data with different addresses, phone numbers, lots of documents regarding the monastery, but most of the documents were anonymous. So on one hand, it was easier to bring it back to Lithuania. On another hand, it was difficult to tell who are in the pictures, and we didn't know all the story behind the pictures we found. So here you can see all the books we managed to save. Not everything, unfortunately. They were mostly novels in Lithuanian, which is a pity because most people still living in Sao Paulo or in Lithuania, there are still several families living there, although there are 80 houses, but only several families. They don't read Lithuanian anymore. Some of them might speak, but they don't read it. Anyways, we saved the books and we found like this pile of pictures there, most of them anonymous. So they were transferred to Lithuanian National Archives and they were digitalized. Some of them had last names, first names, and so on, and some of them might help for the Lithuanian diaspora abroad to restore their citizenship, because if you don't have the documents to prove that your grandparents were from here, then it's not possible to get the renewed citizenship. So as a conclusion, I could tell you that museums are helping to preserve diaspora legacy by raising awareness and collecting data. And although there is still a long way to go to digitalize everything, to keep everything neat and in order, I think that the path they chose to is a good one, and we will have more and more data available. Also, as I was helping in one of those missions for the archives, I believe the diaspora should be educated on how and why the data needs to be collected. Because lots of people were reluctant. They didn't want to give us their pictures, they didn't want to get those digitalized copies and so on, because they were afraid they will lose their history, their family history. And also, as we just saw in the video, there are climate challenges, which is difficult to tackle. And also, we face lack of funds and language barriers, I told you before. And these issues, they significantly lower possibilities of preserving Lithuanian heritage in South America. Because what tends to happen, people who still speak Lithuanian, they're quite old. And we lose them year by year. So if we don't act now, we won't collect the data which is still available today. So I encourage anyone who is interested in the topic to learn at least basic Spanish or Portuguese to be able to collect more data. And if not, just if you are interested, just go as fast as you can there, because every year there are less people who can tell you the story in Lithuanian. So the last picture, after cleaning up all the library, one of the volunteers going down the stairs, and thank you for attention.
Thank you very much, Gabija, Vyšniauskaitė-Danušė, for this insight in the Lithuanian diaspora and the travel to South America. And now we come to our third presenter, to Laurynas Peluritis, and his question and provocation. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. In a conference talking about memory, I see very fitting to have a discussion about collective memory as a concept. Very often when we take useful concepts for granted and give little thought to reflect upon them, they become sort of problematic in our discourse, especially in scientific discourse. And as Harold Joseph Berman wrote about the connection between theological and legal concepts in his seminal work, Law and Revolution, it has been said that metaphors of the day before yesterday are the analogies of yesterday and the concepts of today. Such a thing can hardly be said about the concept of collective memory, precisely because it still functions on the level of metaphor and does not even close to becoming or being an analogy. All that collective memory is problematic from both philosophical and historiographical perspectives. First, as Susan Sontag has once said, strictly speaking, there is no such thing as collective memories. Sontag, of course, reflected the problem that there is no direct analogy between individual and group memory. There is no analogous faculty in a group that can be found in an individual. If the concept is based on an analogy and metaphor of individual memory, then it fails to give clarity or heuristic value. Where is it located? How can it be accessed? What and how does it remember or forget? Does collective memory offer something that, for example, public discourse, narrative, or remembrance fail to provide? In philosophy, the problem of the place of memory and the function of memory in human thought and its significance for human beings, society, and culture is one of the oldest and most widely discussed topics. In Plato's theory of ideas, anamnesis, as a certain recollection, as set out in his Republic, he argues that human beings not only participate in ideas by actualizing them, what he calls metexis, but also understand them by remembering, anamnesis. Memory, both at the level of the individual and at the level of community, was in this theory the most important bridge between the world of ideas and this world that we inhabit, and therefore one of the most important things in the pursuit of what he thinks is the just state and the virtues of the soul. Plato's philosophy can be said to be one of the first attempts in the history of Western philosophy and thought to conceptualize memory and to understand its ontological and existential significance. But such an intersubjective understanding of memory as anamnesis is reliant upon a specific ontology. However, Plato is the master of analogies, and I find him useful to showcase how concepts based on analogies function. The other analogy he presents in his Republic is the analogy of the eye and the sun. It's so that he asks the question, we see certain objects as physical objects with our eyes as illuminated by light, and he asks the question, can it not be said that something similar happens when we think about, for example, mathematical objects, that we see them, but that there's an analogy in the way that we think about things and the way we see things around us. So that's how the analogy functions. That's how he brings about the concept of ideas, that is somehow analogous to our experience in everyday life. But of course, can an analogy in such a way be constructed on the concept of collective memory? Of course, I'll come to this. But memory is very important also in Western tradition of philosophy in many other ways. For example, St. Augustine, in his Confessions, gave memory a decisive role in understanding the passage of time. Without memory, phenomena that slip away from the present moment would disappear into nothingness, and the anticipation of the future would be difficult to imagine. In other words, the very perception of time itself and of ourselves and the flow of time is founded on memory, on the faculty of memory. In modern philosophy and the turn towards the subject, however, human identity and memory have become to be viewed on one hand with greater attention, but also with greater scrutiny, distinguishing man, his mind, and his subjective experience of reality from the world, but also approaching it with far greater skepticism towards the human cognitive and epistemic capacities, thus also towards individual memory. Best example of this sort of subjective skepticism would be René Descartes and his Meditations. And he was, of course, one of the founders of modern Western philosophy. And with the emergence of modern concept of individual memory and broadly the modern idea of the individual, also with the emergence of historical self-consciousness, collective memory also became more clearly separated as a concept from individual memory. And of course, it also came under scrutiny from philosophy and various other sciences. The forerunners of modern psychology, anthropology, and cognitive sciences, and the philosophers who preceded them, have explored also this place of memory in human thought and self-awareness in various aspects. And attempts to grasp and conceptualize the generalized experience of particular communities have emerged, first of all, with the modern development of historical consciousness and the new social thought. Charles Montesquieu wrote about the spirit of the law. Voltaire reflected on about the spirit of the ages and of the nations. Herder wrote about the spirit of the nation. And in very most abstract sense, Hegel presented his concept of the spirit as Geist, as a sort of all-encompassing process. But that would allow to connect the individual and collective experience into sort of one systematic worldview. Of course, with the critique of these systems, we are again founded ourselves with the problem, how do we connect the subjective with the intersubjective? Of course, in the late 19th century and early 20th century, as you all know, the problem of relation between individual and collective consciousness was studied both in psychology and, of course, Emil Durkheim, on the study of psychology and psychoanalysis, Gustave Le Bon, Sigmund Freud, Carl Jung, and memory, of course, was begun to understood not only as establishing and maintaining personal or community identities, or Durkheim, for example, talks about collective consciousness, especially when talking about what he called primitive communities, but also it became a more problematic domain, of course, first and foremost talking about traumatic experiences and repressed memories. And even still, contemporary psychology still has discourse on what's called collective trauma, even though the ontological presuppositions of such discourse is not very often discussed. But of course, as we all know, the study of memory in historical context emerges as a very significant trend at the end of the 20th century, with the so-called memory boom, where the significant shift towards the study of memory and the problems of memory and the culture of memory and remembrance, it happens. Of course, it also coincides with the postmodern linguistic turn, with a critique of grand narratives, and memory became a problem and an object of research, both, of course, due to the traumatic experience of the 20th century, but also from the need, again, to find ways talking about various identities and how we link the subjective experiences with the what can be called society. However, the conceptual foundations, again, as we all here know, were laid a little bit earlier. Maurice Halbwachs was the first to forge the concepts of collective and historical memory in the 20th century, making a clear distinction between the two, while at the same time demonstrating the relationship with individual memory. For him, and his point of view, individual memory, especially that concerns with historical and cultural self-understanding, is never entirely individual or limited only to personal experience, but is always influenced by social context. And later on we see similar ideas developed by hermeneutic philosophy. So when we look with why concepts that deal with collective memory at their heart are problematic, I think it's very useful to return to the start of when the concept is founded and try to untie some things that are useful in it and maybe some things that needs a certain critique, not in the sense that they need to be getting rid of, but in the sense that we need, again, to return to a clearer understanding of what what problems they try to solve. And Horvath was the first, of course, one of the first sociologists to argue that society's view of the past is determined by how we deal with the present, and that what he called collective memory is the reconstruction of the past in the light of the present. According to him, collective memory is not any kind of mystical groupthink, but a socially constructed phenomenon. There are as many collective memories as there are groups or social institutions in a society, for example, social classes, families, various associations, corporations, and so on, all have distinctive memories that have been constructed by these groups, institutionalized over the course of time. He argues that it is not groups or institutions, of course, that remember, but individuals remember, but individuals are located in a specific context. They find themselves to be belonging to a specific group and so on. And so this determines what and how an individual remembers. Without societal interactions, it's not possible to discover any meaningful elements, and therefore memory, what he thinks, is born in a group, a collective. He, of course, distinguished between two halves of understanding collective memory. Collective memory is an organic part of individual memory, which operates in a specific social-cultural environment. So individual, what's called individual and what's called collective memory, they are inextricably linked. In other words, there's no such thing as purely individual memory or purely collective memory. Individual memory is always the result of social interactions, of course, and personal experiences as well. And of course, the faculty of remembering is always individual, so in that sense, there is no such thing as purely collective memory. And individual memory, of course, can change if one's relationship with, to the group that you associate with also changes. Also, what he argues about is that collective memory can be seen as a sort of creation of a shared past, and that this past is created in shared communication through media or institutions. This rendering of the past, a specific rendering of the past in the present, creates what he calls collective memory in terms of more connected to history and our understanding. Of course, when talking about sort of historical self-understanding, he conceptualizes the difference between historical memory and autobiographical memory. And what he calls historical memory is what we often talk about, is what a person experiences usually through some sort of media, textual, visual, and of course what he says that historical memory can be kept alive through the commemoration of historical events, through the periodic cultivation of remembrance. This, of course, is very problematic then to call it memory. Do I remember the Battle of Orsha or Agincourt, or is it just information, a narrative that I personally remember that I was taught in school? Can it be called memory in a broader sense? That's a conceptual problem of how we should label it. Is it memory or is it information? Because these two are distinct. But of course, more interestingly is what he talks about autobiographical memory, is how we narrativize our own experiences about ourselves, and then we leave for others to, again, retell about us. It's a sort of returning to the classical idea of that you're still alive when you're still talked about. Of course, there's what he reflects on. There is a fundamental tension between what he calls collective memory and what he calls history. History, in his terms, is universal. It's defined by neutral coordination of past events, and it's full of contradictions and discontinuities. But collective memory, collective narrative, is exactly the opposite. It It's something that is specific to a certain group of people or society, and that it is connects, yes, thank you, and connects, helps build a sense of identity, a sense of community, and similar approaches to what memory in the collective senses can be found also in the paradigm of cultural memory. If you would read Astrid Earle, she maybe with a more updated vocabulary again distinguishes the first the level of biological memory, the level of individual memory, and then moves on to cultural memory as something that is talked about when we talk about media, narratives, shared experiences, and so on. So this can be argued from, again and again, we return to this distinction. Of course, what I think is very interesting that Astrid Earle brings about, that although at an analytic level it's possible to distinguish between various forms of cultural memory, in practice the cognitive and social media layers of memory are in constant interaction. And what I think this really brings about is the sort of muddiness of the concept. According to her, of course, we can speak of individual cognitive biological memory literally, whereas when we use the attribute cultural, it sort of metonymically refers to a social cultural context, symbolic order, the media, institutions, and practices, and so on. And so from all that was said, we still remain with the same problem. What do concepts that refer to collective memory offer and bring some more, but not less, clarity to what we are talking about? The problem, of course, is much deeper than the use of a concept that is based on an abstract metaphor. We here have the problem of social ontology and intersubjectivity. The fact that all nations and political communities are also imagined communities, as our colleague said previously, does not mean that they are not real. So we're still left with the puzzle how to describe shared experiences and memories, intersubjective experiences that are in connection with individual memory. Collective memory is still, in my mind, a bad metaphor, or it's not because it's not an analogy, but what other concepts can be used to replace it? I think that's the question that we should be asking ourselves. But also, finishing up, I think that talking about memory has become, well, I see it practically, and it's very easy to view it across various metrics, that talking about memory has become more and more popular with historians, and also with historians in Lithuania. And I find this fixation on memory by some historians, to me, a little bit strange, that, well, historians should rather occupy themselves with what happened in the past and what has been forgotten. Memory has more to do with the present. Sentiments, oftentimes imagination, rather than facts. Remembering is hard. It requires a faculty, it requires energy. Forgetting is usually very easy. Talking about collective and historical memory, of course, allows historians to engage in public debates about the current, about cultural and political identities, while maintaining the authority as historians. And I think this is also, maybe from point of view of scientific ethos, a little bit problematic. And of course, on the other hand, what historians usually find when engaging the broader public, or especially politicians, for example, here in Lithuania, there's a fundamental disconnect of what they know and what the prevailing historical narratives are. But then I would ask the question to my fellow colleagues historians, but does adding the concept of memory to your research really always bring something of substance to what you already do? I think this is also a debate that needs to be had in our scientific community. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Laurynas. And now I ask all our three presenters here to discuss a little bit. Please, Revekka came also. Yes, it's wonderful. Yes. And I will first ask the speakers if they have maybe to their colleagues a question, a burning question. And I'll give you also a question. First to Revekka. I have the idea that this open access from these national museums give also a special collection of pictures, items, and so on. And later, people take this for granted and forget all the other not digitized material and not material in open access. And in several ways, this shapes the narrative more or less. And my question is, maybe it could be also dangerous?
I completely agree. It is true that due to various reasons, practical limitations, but also ideological assumptions, staff members need to prioritize what to digitize and what to publish online, and usually they tend to prioritize visual content instead of textual content. So a lot of documentation information is missing or is not, our attention doesn't go there. And of course, this there is always a danger for reusers to consider this content as conclusive. And we need somehow to find a way to add some reminders that this is only a very small part of the whole collection that an institution holds. Especially the biggest institutions hold millions of items, and sometimes of course it's practically impossible to digitize everything. It's also practically impossible to publish online everything, but we need to find a way to flash this somehow online. Yeah, of course it is very dangerous because there are certain criteria based on which cultural heritage institutions prioritize collections, and also they need to become more open and transparent about their decision-making processes. I think they need to publish these criteria and why they select this content instead of other content.
Of us. Thank you. And you can still preparing your questions, but I have a next to Gabija. You showed us this immigration museum in Sao Paulo. Here's a micro for you. Thank you. And I remember that the narrative of the migration museum in Sao Paulo is very, I would say, democratic. All are migrationists, and the whole content is about the process of immigration. That means everybody has the same positions and rights. And now is my questions, where is the narrative of the Lithuanian immigrationists? They had to shape it by themselves, to produce it by themselves, or the motherland had to produce it, and I think we don't have it anywhere in a museum.
Thank you for your question. Yes, indeed, the museum in Sao Paulo is very democratic, and it shows the positive attitude towards migration. if you really look for it, you can find some Lithuanian last names mentioned there, but Lithuanian diaspora is not represented as a main topic there, which I believe is not surprising, because although from our point of view the migration there was big, and even now it really depends on the statistics you find, but they say it's around 200,000 Lithuanian descendants living in Sao Paulo, which is a lot for us, being Lithuanians, but not that much for Sao Paulo, having 20 million people living there. So we are not represented as a group, but Sao Paulo hosts an international festival called Labas, which, as you know, is a Lithuanian word. And I think, although we are not represented that much in the museum, that festival held in Emma Klabin Museum kind of shows that we have a representation there. So I think it evens it out. And as the migration to Brazil was so big and it included so many different nations, it's normal not to have us too represented there. And if you check the website, there are several articles about Lithuanians, and in the data bank you can find some Lithuanian narratives speaking about the migration history. And in most cases, the family history itself was kind of similar, I would say. Some youngsters from any Lithuanian village decided to cross the ocean and go to Sao Paulo. So if there is one person telling the family history, then it represents more or less other family histories as well. So we are represented by online data, as for now, but not so much. Like when you go to the museum, you really need to dig deep to find Lithuanian last names there.
Okay, thank you very much. And now, yes, please, the first question. Can you say, please, first your name, that we have an imagination who is behind the question, and then your question.
My name is Kostas Alvanitis from the University of Manchester. Thank you all for your presentations. I have a question for each of you. Revekka, I'm wondering, what are the implications of the yellow milkmaid syndrome for museums and galleries trying to open up their data? Gabija, diasporic identities, how do you define diasporic identities in Lithuanian diasporic identity, in the sense that is the preservation of the Lithuanian identity abroad, or are you aiming to preserve the way the Lithuanian identity is reconstructed and mixed up with, local identities in the countries that you're looking at? And who is kind of driving this? Is it the people there, or is it the institution here? Is the younger generation interested in any of this? Laurynas, you kind of talked about memory, collective memory in relation to past and present. Does this change at all the way, your question, why should we forget collective memory? Does this question change at all if you add future in it? So if you consider what is the role of the future in collective memory? Thank you.
And I propose that Laurynas start with the answer, and then Gabija, and then Revekka, because Laurynas until now had no question.
Well, I think it's a very interesting question in the sense that how the idea of the future shapes, first of all, individual perceptions of the present and the past as an expectation. And so I think we can talk about it not in the sense of memory, but in the sense of intersubjective elements of of imagination, of what is this imaginative social reality. And so I think it plays a very big role, and I think it's a very interesting question, that precisely that we are so very often in our discourse so concentrated on the past as looking back as historical memory, we sort of forget to look to the future as an idea and a normativity. And I think it's also very interesting how to reflect it, especially when we talk about historians and historiographical discourse has changed. This abandonment of idea of history as moving even towards any kind of goal or progress. The idea of moving forward is now a sort of blind curtain. We don't see anything past the current events, and we just then are left looking back more and more. And so I think asking this question would then bring about, again, reevaluating maybe, critically reevaluating some paradigms of historiographical narratives from the past that we have abandoned because we had, of course, very, very valid criticisms, but returning the imagination of a future and the anticipation of the future, I think, it could be a very, very fruitful concept in returning to a broader debate and maybe livening this topic. So, yeah, thank you for this idea.
Gabija?
Yes, so if I understood right your question, I will base my research on how the Lithuanian diaspora, how they see their identity, what do they find, what is Lithuanian for them and what is not. And I don't want to go further to nationalism or something like that. No, just like I want to collect what do they think is Lithuanian to them, what aspects of their life do they find, like, do they feel Lithuanian when they bake a free-colored cake, as you've seen in the picture? And as you know, geographically, Latin America is huge. So I will opt to go to several communities, the biggest ones, and to talk to people who feel they are connected with the community itself, because it's very difficult to find the ones who are not willing to speak about Lithuania anymore, because although you might get an idea that everything is positive and beautiful and nice, not everyone is happy to have Lithuanian roots, which is understandable as well. And also having in mind that in general, Latin America diasporas, like, they are very diverse, and if you ask anyone in the street in Buenos Aires, they would tell that, oh yeah, my grandfather is Lithuanian, another grandfather was Belarusian, then the grandmother was Austrian, and another one Polish. And so I wouldn't expect that everyone would be willing to talk about a Lithuanian identity. And also at the same time, I would like to, if it's going to be possible, I will check, to dive into people who are not Lithuanians by the blood relation, but who feel connection with the communities, which is a very strong case in Argentina. For example, even in one of the pictures, the very first picture on my slides, there was a young lady in Lithuanian folklore clothes and talking to a child. She doesn't have any Lithuanian roots, but just because she was living close to the Lithuanian community house, she's feeling Lithuanian. So I know this is a deep philosophical question and it's not that easy to answer, especially now as I haven't done my interviews yet. But I believe it's very interesting to see that, because I didn't see that in other nations, but Latin American countries have that. Like, we live nearby Lithuanian community and somehow we get attached. And yeah, they travel here for Dainų Šventė and everything. So I think I will go to that side, like their point of view, and I will try to gather as much data as possible.
Okay, and now it's Revekka's turn.
So the question for me was about the yellow milkmaid syndrome, right? I avoided to use the term in my presentation because I didn't know if it is well known outside of the open access movement, so maybe I need to explain what it is. The yellow milkmaid syndrome is the fact that online you can find a lot of different reproductions of artworks. Most of them are of very low quality, reddish, yellowish reproductions, which is, for example, if you want to illustrate a blog post or a social media post or your essay for the university, it may not be important, but for art historians, this is a huge problem because it is through high-quality reproductions of artworks that they study, them. And we know from the attention that the open access policy of the Rijksmuseum has received that this is one of the reasons why the Rijksmuseum adopted this open access policy, because at some point they discovered that although they have high-quality postcards in their shops, online people tend to reuse these low-quality reproductions that they can find easily for free on the web. So as soon as the museum published these high-resolution copies, these, for example, Wikimedians started replacing the digital copies on Wikimedia articles. So in this way, for example, now if you Google the Yellow Milkmaid, the only reproductions that you can find are the ones from the Rijksmuseum. So in this way, by adopting this open access policy and these technical standards and taking advantage of the way the open access movement functions, the museum managed to combat this syndrome. And also there is a blog with this name, so you can discover the extent of this problem.
Yes, thank you very much for the answers, and especially for Revekka's explanation, who maybe is for some of you very new. We have still time for a second round, and yes, we start, yes, and then is the lady here with the glass.
Hi. A question for Revekka. I'm Geert Keulaar from University of Antwerp. Question for Revekka. In the context of, I support this open access idea and this imperative for archival institutions, but I wonder, and it's a provocation maybe I'm going to give, I'm thinking how to frame my question. So if we make, what I see happening in archival institutions, and I work in an archive, is this idea of claiming copyrights. It can be as well a kind of, how to say that, like a way to, a precaution of what's happening with these images and this data. And it's from this idea that what you see happening, especially in genealogical data, but as well in archives, and especially with what big tech is doing at this moment, aggregating data, building layers upon that in a way that archive institutions cannot manage, so making information more accessible and to train data and so on. But yeah, to make it short, the dirty work is being done by public institutions with public money, while the valorization and the privatization of the benefits is happening by companies. So isn't this kind of a tension happening where public institutions are doing the dirty work, the digitization, the metadating, while benefits are not going back to society, but maybe to more dubious activities?
No, it is true that actually for archives there are additional considerations, ethical considerations, because they hold personal data. And sometimes memory institutions are using restrictive copyright policies in order to address ethical considerations. And this is, it is problematic because there are other laws and other policies that a memory institution can adopt to address these ethical considerations. Regarding the monetization of digital collections, of course, this is a tension. I know that there are discussions around this. I don't have an answer personally, but Again, the business model that the Rijksmuseum adopted is also an example how a museum can increase revenue from this policy, because actually it is, there are now research findings that memory institutions don't really get revenue from copyright management. As a matter of fact, they are losing money because there are administrative costs related to this copyright management. So in the end, they end up losing money from a restrictive copyright policy instead of gaining money. But by opening access, they can gain reputation, and this reputation can bring donors and grants, and this is what happened with the Rijksmuseum. Regulating the tech companies, of course, is a state matter. It should be done, but it's not, I think it's not the responsibility of the memory institutions to do it, it's the responsibility of the lawmakers to do it.
Okay, and we have one more question.
I'll try to be very quick. Thank you very much for all the contributors for your insightful presentations. I have a question to Gabija. You already briefly mentioned that, but while doing your field work, your volunteering and your research, have you come across similar tendencies from Lithuanian diasporas there related to Latvian or, I don't know, Estonian or Polish diasporas? Do you see any similar tendencies while you were visiting those villages? Do they also have other Eastern European members of the diasporas living there? And a very quick question to Laurynas, Peluritis. You somehow linked in your presentation, especially when you talked about the recent processes in Lithuania, the realm of memory and history only to the discipline of history. But we have also political science, we have ethnography, we have sociology, we have social anthropology, and they might have in their epistemologies and their methods that they use an approach to collective memory and still see this concept as really valuable because they have different tools to deal with it. Thank you very much.
Okay, I will start as I have a microphone. So, you know, officially we are Northern Europe, which is a difficult case, especially in Sao Paulo, because there is quite a popular street festival happening, which is called, briefly translated as Eastern European Festival, let's put it this way. So they have stalls of food, handmade souvenirs, and later on there is a possibility to present your country dances or theater or something like this. So I know there was quite a bit of a tension between Lithuania as a state and Lithuanians participating in the Eastern European style festival, because we should participate with the Northern Europe. So why I'm telling you this, because Latvians also do participate. As for Estonians, I have never ever came across, but I can't tell you for sure they don't have a diaspora there. I believe they should have, but personally I just didn't have any connection. And the Polish diaspora is huge there because the country is bigger and there were more people going there. They have communities which still have community centers, housing and so on, and it is spread way more around the country, because like Lithuanians, for example, in Argentina, they were based in Buenos Aires, in Rosario, which is like up north, and some of them in Patagonia, and this is more or less like this. As for Polish, there are even touristic places you can visit, like Minas de Vanda, which is on the border of Argentina and Paraguay. They were working in a winery, which is called Wanda with a W. It's Polish. So, interestingly enough, Latvian communities usually are quite strong. Although if we just jump to Australia, they're very strong there, not so strong in Latin America. So I would say Lithuanians and Latvians, if they have a possibility, they go together. If it's easier to participate somewhere together, they do it. I didn't see Estonians, and Lithuanians, I would say, don't tend to participate together with Polish, but not because they are not positive towards themselves, but because usually Polish communities are strong enough to fund their theater, dances, and so on, so they don't feel the need. So yeah, Lithuanians and Latvians, not too many Estonians, more or less like this.
Yeah.
And now Laurynas.
Yeah. Well, I concentrated more on historians because, first of all, I defended my PhD in the Faculty of History, and so I find very paradoxical the thing that historians talk about memory, because I think memory is the study of the present, not of the past. So this growing concentration of memory is peculiar to me, to say it mildly. I find it sometimes among historians irritating, but I would agree that talking about memory is useful and productive in sociology, anthropology, and maybe in political sciences, but collective memory is still a problematic concept in that you need a very clear social ontology that you would explain how it connects this bridge between the individual experience and the intersubjective realm. And so, I think that, for example, terms that remembrance, in terms that we participate in certain acts of remembrance, is more useful than calling it historical memory or something like that, or at the same time talking maybe about narrative and discourse as we find them through various media, is more precise than calling it collective memory. So I would still say it's very problematic because it basically deals with the same questions, but Berger, Luckmann, Benedict Anderson, Hannah Arendt, Habermas, and other authors write on the question of what is the public sphere from a phenomenological approach. How does it constitute itself? And it's, I think, philosophically very problematic. So that's why I would caution the use of term of collective memory. Yeah.
And with this statement, I wanted to close our session. And first, I'd like to thank our wonderful presenters. Please applause. And I'd like also to thank the audience and for all the questions and remarks. And now you are invited to have a coffee here on the 5th floor, coffee or tea, and then you can, by a cup of coffee, discuss all the questions of narratives, memories, diaspora, and so on. I still have some questions. Thank you, and see you during next session.
So, hello everybody, very welcome here to this panel called Post-Totalitarian Regimes and Memory Institutions. My name is Monika Rogers. I am from Lithuanian Institute of History and from Platform of European Memory and Conscience, and very welcome here. First of all, I will remind you a couple of rules, how we will be working here. So I will invite each speaker to speak. You have about 20, a little bit maybe more minutes if you need, and then questions will be at the end. So at the end, I will invite every speaker to join me here in front, and we hopefully have a lot to discuss and have some inspiration from the presentations and insights. And I don't know, I don't think we should wait any longer because session is not going to be so long. It's until 12:30. And I would like to invite our first speaker, Tetiana Boriak, who is from Vilnius University. Her presentation is called Memory Politics and State Building in Ukraine, Challenges, Failures and Success Stories. So very interesting topic. And Tetiana Boriak is a PhD. She has a PhD in history, defending in 2009, and is a habilitated doctor of historical sciences. Just recently, 2024, congratulations. And she's currently serving as associate professor and researcher at Vilnius University in Lithuania. And she is the author of 3 books, including Oral History as a Source of Holodomor Studies, a Formation of Eyewitness Testimony Collections, and their informative value. And another book is very important, 1933, Why Are We Still Alive?, which won the Book of the Year prize, actually, in Kiev in 2016. And also Tetiana Boriak was a Fulbright Fellow at Harvard University's Ukrainian Research Institution in 2013-14. So she's really experienced, wonderful scholar, and we are very looking forward to hear your presentation. Thank you.
Ačiū labai. Labas rytas. I'm glad to be here in the institution which actually serves to the society and keeps memory. And I'm glad to be here among the people who care about memory. So let me share the results of my research on memory politics, state building. What are the challenges? What are the success and failure stories for Ukraine? Actually, I don't see a previous presenter from the previous panel because I have some answers to the issues that were raised on the previous panel on collective memory. And I would like to point here that I think we have to take into account two spaces. One space that is a kind of, let's call it, Western Europe, yes, and the second space is Eastern and Central Europe, where we had the totalitarian regimes that definitely influenced the perception of people, state and nation building. And especially this is true for Ukraine, and I will show why. And especially now with the ongoing genocidal war against Ukraine, it turned out that history is something that helps to explain many things for Ukrainians, and it provides a lot of answers. So I would like here, I hope to print an article, so if you are interested, you will find more numbers there. Here, I would like to focus on 4 pillars of Ukrainian identity. 3 of them were suggested by the very famous Ukrainian historians who does research on the Second World War. And the 4th pillar is obviously the current ongoing war, because his article was written before 2022. So he suggests looking at Ukrainian identity that consists of 3 pillars, and the 4th I mentioned. The first is Ukrainian Revolution, that resulted into occupation by the Soviets or Russians or the Soviets. Then the Holodomor, obviously, and as you see, it is estimated as the most negative event by almost a quarter of the Ukrainian society. Second World War is regarded the second negative event. So you see that for Ukrainians, the Holodomor is more traumatic. Basically, the 6 months of 1933 are more traumatic than the 4 years of the for the Soviet region. It's 4 years. For Western Ukraine, it's 6 years of the Second World War. Obviously, there are more bifurcation points, but it's impossible to cover them all. We have to take into account the consequences of Ukraine being part of the Soviet state, and now some researchers suggest talking about the Soviet colonialism that differs from other types of colonialism, because the Soviet one was a pretty aggressive, and it meant penetration not only in an economic sphere but also into a cultural space, and that is why the deformations in the Ukrainian society are so deep and still are not overcome. Also harsh Russification that is still visible, and you see basically the results of this Russification in the census. We had only one census. The next one was planned for 2022, but obviously didn't happen. So in that one census we had, you see that the percentage of Ukrainian speakers are less, 10% less than actually the amount of Ukrainians. So it means that the other 10%, they preferred to use Russian as their mother tongue language. When we talk about successful stories, I will show some of them below. But probably one of the most important consequences of state building is the high percentage of respondents who call themselves Ukrainians. You see that in 22 we have number of 92%. Also, the sociologists point at rather high level of religious tolerance in Ukraine. And below you see the obstacles for nation and state building. And just here I would like to point at non-completeness of the process of decommunization that actually began only in 2015, which is like 25 years after the declaration of independence. It's various orientation of various regions. It's nostalgia for the Soviet Union. Its absence of social compromises, etc., etc. So when we turn to the first pillar of Ukrainian identity, we see that this narrative about the Ukrainian Revolution is pretty strong, and it doesn't mean that this narrative is supported by the state only. We see, for example, Vasyl Shklyar is a famous Ukrainian writer, and he basically was the first who started writing historical novels about this period, and they are now pretty popular. Also, 2 movies were made about one of the leaders of the Ukrainian Revolution, and Simon Petlura, and it resulted in a growth of positive attitude toward him, and you can see the numbers. And the head of the Ukrainian parliament of the time, Mikhailo Hrushevsky, is positively evaluated by 83%, which is pretty high. The Second World War is a second pillar, and it is a complicated issue. For Ukraine, again, to understand, one has to take into account that for Ukraine it was, as we call it, the war of everyone against everyone. We had Nazi forces, we had the Red Army, we had Ukrainian Insurgent Army, and we had 2 Polish armies. One communist of pro-communist orientation, and also Polish national armed forces. So it was this clash, also taking into account that the Soviet narrative about the Second World War was a very glorious, a very, this narrative of victory. Now it's a narrative of great victory, almost a religious cult. So it was, it didn't coincide with family memories, and so it resulted that the memories about the Second World War, they were kept as mostly as family memories about the war. And as I've mentioned, there are the surveys that show that, and oral history and memories of the Holodomor survivors who compare the Second World War and the famine, and they say that, the famine was actually more traumatic than the Second World War. Only in 2015, Ukrainians began to reflect over this issue of victory that was associated with the 9th of May and the notion of Memory Day as it is in Europe. And the Ukrainian Institute of National Memory was created in 2006. And initially it had to deal with the issues of the Holodomor. But gradually it turned out that there are much more these issues, historical topics that have to be reflected. And so the Institute suggested a transformation of these images of the commemoration day, the symbol, the poppy flower as a symbol, the slogan, we are remembering and we are winning. In 2015, it was the first kind of official reconciliation of the veterans of the Red Army and of the Ukrainian insurgent army, which was pretty powerful in terms of emotions, and it was very important for the society and obvious for the descendants of these people. And one of the veterans of the Red Army who participated in this reconciliation, he actually lost his a grandson to the current war in 2014. So it's a kind of this continuation of the war, of the Second World War into nowadays that unfortunately still is going. And we also see that the support in the society of this issue of victory Day and celebrations, it's finally almost gone. You see that in 2023 it was only 13% of those who said that yes, this is an important holiday. For majorities it turned out to be just really a day a commemoration. Oops, not this. Then, when we talk about the soldiers of Ukrainian insurgent army, I'm personally very happy with the numbers you see in the first row, because it shows that it's not about just unanimous, adoration of actors of the Second World War, because you see numbers of 43% and 31% of Ukrainians who have certain restrictions and reservations, which means that people understand that it's not like black and white. They are trying to reflect, they're trying to evaluate these actors not according to the officially proclaimed, yes, state narrative and state memory politics, but they're trying to locate them into the context of those times. Also, which is very intriguing, is the usage of actors and personalities from various historical periods in the contemporary armed forces of Ukraine as a SU. And for instance, for Lithuanians, I think it's interesting to know that there is a brigade that is named after the great Prince Vytautas and Prince Konstantin Ostroysky. Also, you see that the war, the current war, has resulted in an increase of support by the Ukrainians of both the Red Army, the Ukrainian Insurgent Army, and obviously the current Ukrainian army. Unfortunately, there is the trouble with the memory about the Holocaust. Actually, the Ukrainian historians were doing research, but the authorities were are ready to hear the historians only in the end of 2010, 2010s, when the concept of the National Holocaust Memorial Museum began to be elaborated. But then it turned out that then historians started to debate this issue because they saw what we call the Russian traces. There were the Russian money in the project. The personality that was suggested to elaborate the concept, it was a Russian film director, Khrzhanovsky, who actually suggested a concept of what was called as Disneyland. So he wanted to make this memorial space into an attraction. He suggested that people could select the sites. They could feel themselves either as Nazi prisoners or the Jews or the Nazis, and memorial studies and museum society was against this. And interestingly enough, the son of Ilya Khrzhanovsky was recently arrested for alleged espionage in Israel for Iran and Russia. And the Ukrainian historians, including those who declared themselves to be Ukrainian historians of Jewish origin, they have suggested a new concept, but the war has stopped this process. Okay, I don't have much time left. So about the Holodomor, as I've mentioned, this is because of family stories, the Holodomor is treated as a traumatic event. And here we see the role of a state leader, because we had Viktor Yanukovych, the third president of Ukraine, who was obviously connected with the Russian state, and he was trying to implement the corresponding narratives. So he denied the intentional type of Holodomor. He denied that it was a genocide. The head of the archival service was appointed, and she actually was a worker at a reinforcement steel plant. She was a member of the Communist Party, and in unofficial talks, she said that she actually wanted to close access to the archives, but luckily she wasn't able to do this because of the legislation, and she was very upset that she couldn't ban the historians from the archives. We also had the Minister of Education, Dmytro Tabachnik, who almost eliminated all mentions about the famine from the school curriculum. So this constant struggle of these narratives and dependence, its dependence on the first leaders of the state is visible, but still the huge amount of research that is done by the Ukrainian historians, this is something that helps to keep the communication with the society. Viktor Yushchenko was the third president, and he, contrary to Viktor Yanukovych, he had a personal story of Holodomor because his mother was a Holodomor survivor, and there are testimonies that are written from her. And so for him it was a personal story, and he did really a lot in trying to transform individual memory about the Holodomor that lived mostly isolated, in the families. He tried to convert it into a collective memory, and he succeeded. Now, since the beginning of open-scale invasion, the issue of decolonization of spaces and narratives appeared. This is the issue of decommunization, and we now have more than 50,000 of streets that were are deprived of their Soviet and Russian names. And in the last row, you can see that 93% in 2022 responded that the Holodomor was a genocide. So there is a kind of consensus among the society. We also see, unlike in Russia, a decrease of nostalgia towards the Soviet Union, because in Russia we see that this percentage is growing. In Ukraine, this percentage is dropping, and in 2022 it was only 11% of those who said that they have some nostalgia. Now we have the discussion about the heritage of the Russian writer Mikhail Bulgakov, who lived in Kiev, and there is a museum to him. So how to evaluate his heritage, what to do with his Ukrainophobic expressions, and his hatred toward Ukraine and the idea of Ukrainian independence. So some conclusions. We can treat Ukrainians as a post-genocidal nation. It's late process of decommunization. It's unreflected historical traumas, and especially Holodomor, because basically it was the beginning of the war in 2014 that pushed many Ukrainians to stop and to think who I am. So this issue of identity and history here played an enormous role. Before the war, I was a host of the educational broadcast on history, and I invited famous historians and young historians, and we discussed many issues, and we received very positive feedbacks from Ukrainians who said that, oh my God, thank you so much, you help us to understand who are we and like where we live and what does it mean to live in Ukraine and to be Ukrainians. Also, stronger family stories than the official Soviet narrative. It's obvious influence of current war on the process of self-identification, searches for various actors, non-completed processes of nation building, although like partly done, but still we are in the process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Tetiana, Boriak, for such an interesting and insightful presentation. And now we will move to Poland from Ukraine. And we have here today, we're very happy to have Eva Ochman. She is from the University of Manchester History Department. Her presentation is called, it's dedicated to the Institute of National Remembrance of Poland, an organization which is actually I had some work also with, so will be very interesting to hear. So Eva Ochman is also a very experienced scholar. She is a senior lecturer in European Studies of the Department of History at the University of Manchester and a member of Centre for Cultural History of War, and she is also the author of a book, Post-Communist Poland, Contested Parts and Future Identities, and has published also extensively on issues related to Polish politics of memory, of this difficult heritage and topics related to that. After 1989, in very important journals such as Journal of Contemporary History, Memory Studies, History and Memory, Nationalities Papers, and the others. So welcome here, and we are very happy to hear your presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this very generous introduction. Thank you for inviting me. Apologies, I'm going to read my paper because I want to keep to our schedule, and I have so much to tell you. Commemorative landscapes are typically rooted in historical narratives endorsed by the state and reflect the state's ideological positions. Thus, state actors play a key role in controlling the construction of memorial landscapes. However, it has been convincingly argued that in the last few decades, in democratic systems, central authorities' dominant position in constructing commemorative landscape has been eroding. Two potential causes of this erosion have been identified in the literature. First, the rise of new means of global communication, developments in media technologies, and cross-cultural contacts have brought about a fragmentation of national memory. Second, the growth of new agencies of memory production and the increasing self-confidence of diverse communities of memory engaged in their own politics of identity has accelerated a decline in authoritative memories. This paper uses the case study of Poland to investigate to what extent Poland is experiencing the same progressive erosion of the central authoritative's dominant position in constructing commemorative practices, as we have witnessed in mature democracies. To explore this overarching question, I investigate the role of the Institute of National Remembrance in shaping the collective memory of the communist past and its role as a primary facilitator of the decommunization of public space. The questions which guide my study of the IPN, the Institute of National Remembrance, are as follows. What means did the IPN have at its disposal to exercise control over public space? What discourses about the national past did the IPN promote? Which modes of action and discourse engendered resistance and fostered conflict? So just a few words about the Institute. The Institute was created in 1998 to investigate crimes committed by both the Nazi and communist totalitarian regimes. Over time, the IPN became Poland's main state-sponsored center for historical research, public history, and commemoration. It also has judicial and archival departments and administrates the lustration process. The Institute has been the central facilitator and creator of state memory policy. And now I move on to the specific case of decommunization of public space, so dealing with the material heritage of communist dictatorship. So in Poland, no state strategy regarding communist material heritage was formulated in the early 1990s. There was no consensus on whether all Soviet war monuments, or so-called communist streets, were to be regarded as propaganda relics of the previous regime, and what to do with communist-era street names. And you have some statistics here on my slide. It was local councils that were responsible for removing monuments and renaming streets, rather than national institutions of memory. By 2001, the National Conservative Law and Justice Party, PiS, had become the main political force pursuing decommunization of public space. The IPN provided the main institutional support for PiS's decommunization campaign. This support took the form of public education, memory initiatives, developing practical resources for street renaming, and direct engagement with the councils. So I'll now discuss just 3 examples of initiatives implemented by the IPN to achieve the decommunization of public space in Poland. Between 2007 and 2009, the IPN sent letters to local councils listing street names that, according to the IPN, glorified communism. These letters set out to explain the true, according to the IPN, meaning of these streets, required the renaming, And councils were also reminded about the moral obligation towards the victims of crimes of communist totalitarianism. However, ultimately, these appeals had little effect. Only a handful of councils out of almost 150 councils that were contacted acted upon the appeal. Many local councils did not even respond to the IPN appeal. Less than 1/3 replied, and others sent results from consultations with their residents. These concluded with predictable results. Those opposed to any changes of their old streets massively outnumbered those who accepted the need for new names. My second example relates to Red Army Monument, and specifically Warsaw's monument to the Brotherhood in Arms that was created in 1945. So this monument survived through the 1990s and early 2000s, and it was actually in 2012 put into storage and renovated by the city council. But while in storage in 2014, the IPN organized an event distributing leaflets and explaining the history of the Warsaw Red Army Monument and naming some of the institutions which in 1945 had occupied the buildings situated in the monument's vicinity. And on the slide, you can see what this leaflet looked like. And these buildings included, for example, the NKWD headquarters in Poland. Warsawians were reminded on whose initiatives the monument had been erected in the first place, who financed it, and who unveiled it. This reconstruction of the commemorative history of this site was seen as a way of combating the normalization of the site and its role as an orientation point in the city's topography and location in daily life. And here a couple of pictures from the distribution of these leaflets. This reconstruction of the commemorative history of the site was seen also as a way of combating to seeing a site as a site for artistic interventions. And I have just two examples of such interventions. Kamila Szajnok's from 2008, and nearby also Red Army Monument in Warsaw from 2008. Unfortunately, I don't have the time really to go into these initiatives. But I wanted just to quote Aleksandra Jakubczak, director of a play, The Four Sleeping, who explained in a radio interview, "We want to annex controversial sites and to rewrite the original meanings, and in the process, enrich the urban heritage of the city." And also in this interview, she referred to example of Berlin as a palimpsest of different histories, and this idea that Warsaw should replicate Berlin's attitude towards its heritage, urban heritage. So ultimately, the Russian-Ukrainian war and the annexation of Crimea caused the Warsaw City Council, dominated at that time by the Citizen Platform Party, to decide to keep the monument into storage after it was renovated, and the council spent enormous amount of money on renovating it. So it was an external factor that influenced the outcome of this conflict rather than the IPN intervention. The third initiative I want to briefly mention is the 2016 Memory Law. The Polish parliament passed the decommunization law in 2016. The 2016 bill was just one of many memory bills on the mandatory decommunization of public space, as you can see on the slide, proposed by right-wing nationalists during the preceding 2 decades. However, at best, these bills reached a second reading in the Sejm, as sponsors of the bill failed to build the required cross-party support for the initiative. The 2016 memory law obliged local authorities to rename the so-called communist spaces, and if local governments did not make the required changes, province governors were mandated to rename the communist streets in their provinces. The IPN was the primary facilitator of the implementation of the law. And here is a link to the IPN's website if you'd like to investigate this further and see what kind of educational material the IPN uploaded to the website to support the implementation of the law. The Institute prepared a list of over 100 names that the law applied to and advised local authorities and governors on street name changes. It also prepared biographies of top communists and revised interpretations of historical events previously endorsed by communist historiography. This material were to be used in the renaming process and justify its mandatory character. The belief was that people should value the street's commemorative significance and be educated accordingly if they do not. Maciej Korkuch, the chief coordinator of the IPN program of the decommunization of public space, explained, and I quote, "It is the state's responsibility to protect historical truth. The truth is determined, and either this truth reaches society because society is properly educated in accordance with facts, with deference to the truth and memory, or not." End of quote. However, the mechanism for identifying the symbols of communist dictatorship became the most controversial part of the bill. The IPN list not only included street names that were recognized as relics of former propaganda, it also banned street names commemorating communists who fought against Nazi Germany and died during the occupation, and military organizations and armed forces which, although sponsored and controlled by the Soviets, contributed to the Allied effort of ending the Second World War. The consequence of erasing this difficult heritage from Polish collective memory did not just mean erasing this part of Polish history, but passing a clear-cut verdict on many faceted war past, still very painful and personal to many Poles. The meaning of many streets identified by the IPN as glorifying communism became the focus of heated public debates, with some local authorities, usually dominated by the opposition parties, refusing to implement the law and appealing to administrative courts. And for example, in Warsaw, the law was not implemented. The streets were not renamed. In this context of polarization and conflict, interesting data emerges from City Council consultations on the 2016 mandatory street renaming. And I researched extensively this data, but I'm just going to show you, so there are many aspects of this data, but I'm just focusing on what is most relevant to my today's argument. Forgive me for that selection. Yeah, I've just selected quotations that help me to illustrate my argument. So some respondents questioned the reliability and integrity of the system designating street names as communist. The IPN was portrayed as a politicized institution that advanced its own commemorative agenda and prepared biased biographies and partisan explanation of historical events. For example, one of the Warsaw respondents observed, and I quote, "The IPN should either provide all the facts or none at all, because if it selectively chooses what fits into a pre-established history, it is propaganda." Second, it was argued that no political group should ideologically monopolize public space. The assessment of the Polish People's Republic should be more balanced and consider the post-war geopolitical situation, the Polish communist regime modernization achievements, and the communist contribution to the fight against Nazism. This resistance to the mandatory renaming had less to do with nostalgia for communist-era job security and social welfare provision as seen in the 1990s. So we have quite a lot of research about why people opposed street renaming in the 1990s, and usually it had to do with this. No, and a practical reason, first and foremost. So it had more to do with distrust of top-down revisions of the past and objection to political instrumentalization of history. This lack of confidence in the decommunization procedures was summarized by one Łódź inhabitant as follows, and I quote, "To me, it's simply a witch hunt. I believe that if I persevered, I could find a counter-argument that would demonstrate that every single street is named improperly. It's a matter of perspectives." And now concluding remarks. The Polish state has not managed to fully control the commemorative landscape since the fall of communism. Conflict around the Soviet sites of memory and decommunization of public space more generally shows that state intervention in the fabric of the material landscape has met with resistance. And the IPN had to reckon with the autonomy of local councils and their decision-making power in relation to commemorative landscape. The IPN, through its publications, exhibitions, and educational initiatives, has been one of the driving forces behind the decommunization campaign, but its efforts have not brought about a major shift in attitudes towards the relict of the previous regimes. It was more the external factors and what's happened in Ukraine that shift these attitudes, especially to monuments. To streets, it's more complicated. It was generally the IPN unable to find sufficiently effective modes of action and discourse to be able to bring about change. The IPN's attempt to establish itself as the sole authority on historical truth met with resistance, and its claim to exclusive right to assign symbolic value to street names was challenged. And final point, prescribing one interpretation of the national past, politicizing it, and using centralist decision-making processes to curb any counter-memories mirrored patterns associated with the previous regime's strategies for memorialization. This did not sit well with many sections of Polish society. The democratic transition, which had included administrative decentralization and the role of municipalities and local communities in their own politics of memory, meant that local authorities and diverse communities of memory insisted on more pluralistic understanding of power relations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was Eva Ochman. Thank you. And now we move to Lithuania. But meanwhile, the next speaker is preparing to present. I would like to remind you that you can all think of questions, because we will have a question session after this third speaker. And now I would like to invite Zigmas Vitkus, also historian, and he will talk about the Genocide and Resistance Research Center of Lithuania and its own, I guess, attempts to kind of monopolize history and historical narratives. So Zigmas is from Klaipėda University, Institute of Baltic Region History and Archaeology, and he is a researcher and research fellow, as I mentioned, in this department, and also as he is a publicist and a graduate of Vilnius University Faculty of History and Center for Religious Studies and Research. And his fields of interest are politics of memory, culture of memorials, with the focus on memorials in genocide places, genocide history. So close topics to the previous speakers, and he's author of 2 monographs, one of which is collective monography, and various articles on the above-mentioned topics. So very welcome here, Zigmas, and we are very interested and delighted to have you here and to hear your presentation.
Thank you very much. Laba diena. Thank you for the invitation to speak about institution intention, and I will speak about Lithuanian IPN, Genocide and Resistance Center of Lithuania. I think these institutions are quite similar. For the past 32 years, the center, I will use the word center in the presentation further, has played a visible role in shaping Lithuania's remembrance policy. Its activities, expertise, communication, coupled with occasional internal challenges, have consistently sparked public debate both inside and outside Lithuania. The biggest debate, I guess, intensified 3 years ago when dozen historians from the center expressed concerns to the parliament regarding the institution politicization under new leadership, the instrumentalization of history, and reductive attitude towards complicated questions of 20th century. During this crisis, the 3 faculties of history and Lithuanian Institute of History refused to cooperate with the center. This significant turbulence, which lasted half a year, resulted in the dismissal of the center's director and resignation of his influential advisor. After that, members of the ruling party of the time introduced new amendments to the center's governing law, and these changes came into force last month. Yesterday, the composition of the new council was announced. It's a big news. No? In this presentation, I would like to ask the question why the center's activities seem to be marked by ongoing mistrust from part of employees, academia, certain public commentators, and liberal political leaders. It was driven in my eyes by 2 main factors: persistent internal challenges like war culture, habitus of the institution, and gradual development in Lithuanians' culture of remembrance. By gradual development, I refer to more nuanced and critical examination of certain historical narratives and figures, particularly of those who cooperated with Soviet and Nazi regimes. This approach increasingly differs from the dominant conservative perspective of the center, favoring a more critical and holistic view of these complex histories. Those who work at the center can offer a deeper insights into its habitus and ethos, though certain key aspects are also visible from the outside. When I say critical and conservative, I have in mind 4 models of politics of remembrance identified by Polish historian Edward Olszewski about a decade ago. These models have manifested in various forms across Central and Eastern Europe and in Lithuania as well: conservative, liberal, critical, and totalitarian models. Following Lithuania's regained independence from Soviet Union, conditions arose that allowed for the development of the B, C, and D models. The liberal and critical models gained momentum as Lithuania integrated into broader European political context. This shift encouraged a deeper exploration of complex historical issues like conflicting narratives, nation pride versus reconciliation, etc. In this presentation, I will argue that the Center's activities have been significantly shaped and eventually criticized for the predominance of the conservative model in its work, a tendency to present a one-sided narrative that portrays Lithuanians solely as victims or fighting victims, a primary focus on researching Soviet crimes, and a tendency to celebrate anti-Soviet resistance, fearing sharp corners. These tendencies are or were evident in various aspects of the Center's activities, including its founding legislation, publishing policies, public remembrance events, educational and research programs, commemorative and museum initiatives, and its involvement in debates about the legacies of certain historical figures. I will name later 3 of them at last. Before I proceed, I want to emphasize that my reflections do not diminish in no way the significant contributions the Center and its affiliated researchers have made in exposing Soviet and Nazi crimes and honoring the memory of their victims during these 32 years. Their work has immensely valuable. These reflections are an invitation to the open discussion. After Lithuania regained independence, a crucial need emerged to collect, systematize, and analyze data on the repression its citizens experienced during them. The losses were profound, and the resulting psychological trauma continues to resonate today in many ways. This work was initiated in Lithuania by the Commission for the Investigation of the Crimes of Stalinism, established by Sąjūdis in July 1988. The Commission began distributing questionnaires like this to gather information on Lithuanians who had been exiled, imprisoned, or killed by Soviet authorities. In April 1991, another institution dedicated to investigating crimes committed by occupying regimes was established. And we had also 2 other commissions which aim was to investigate activities of KGB and illustrate state officials. But we can consider all these institutions as the basis of the future center. If you pay attention to their mission and statutes, also public discourse, you will see that the main mission of these institutions and practice was focused exclusively on the investigating communist crimes. This is understandable, having in mind the political context. Lithuania was fighting with the Soviet Union for independence. Crimes committed by the Nazis in this context may have been viewed as more historical. Gestapo was the past, while KGB remained in active presence. It's essential to note that concentration to communist crimes was not absolute. The Sąjūdis movement was inclusive. It included people of all ethnic backgrounds, and Sąjūdis leadership actively supported the recovery and initiatives of all national communities that lived in Lithuania and showed respect. Following independence, Lithuanian society faced the fundamental task of rebuilding the state, including establishing a new legal framework aligned with international standards. In 1992, the parliament decided to create the institution discussed here, mandating the government to draft its regulations. Notably, this process was to be conducted in cooperation with organizations of Lithuania's political prisoners and exiles. And here a question may arise. Why were not included an example Union of Ghetto and Concentration Camp Prisoners, which was established around the same time? Simultaneously, it was decided to establish the Lithuanian Museum of Victims of Genocide. Among its initial founders were again political prisoners, exiles, and former partisans. A logical choice, given that the museum was to be housed in a former KGB prison. But as we know, the site also served as the Gestapo and as the headquarters. In retrospect, it's evident that the center's activities were directed primarily towards research of the Soviet occupation. The focus was not a deliberate attempt to overlook the Shoah, but rather reflected, I can say, a tribal consciousness common to all societies, I think, emphasizing the experiences salient to the dominant group. In 1997, new law specifically dedicated to the center was enacted, remaining in force for 27 years, undergoing 10 significant and minor amendments. While discussing every detail of this legislation it's impossible here, I will explore briefly the management of the institution and ideological aspects of oldest and newest law. Under the 1997 law, the center was led by the Director General, appointed and dismissed by Parliament upon the Prime Minister's recommendation. The director, along with department heads and the deputies, formed the center's council, which served as advisory function. With the new law, 2024, the center is governed by the director and restructured council, which became governing body, composed primarily of external members, and this council is responsible for approving the center's research agenda, advising long and short-term plans, and according to the new law, the council is responsible for proposing directors' candidacy. From my perspective, the reform aimed to inject new energy into the institution, democratize the management, support the director, and shield it from political interference. In recent years, one of the most criticized aspects of the center has been its insularity, Lithuanian virimas savo sultyse, and perceived isolationism. The newly structured council, comprising representatives from various institutions, including many historians, I think marks a departure from quite politicized management model that was and is inherent, maybe still, in the Polish Institute of National Remembrance. Besides, IPN was idealized and given as an example by the center's previous short-lived leadership and its supporters in the parliament, which it seems liked an appealing section of IPN law titled, as we know, Protection of the Good Name of the Republic of Poland and the Polish Nation. This item later has been removed. What ideological shifts are introduced in the new law? Notably, the Holocaust is now explicitly mentioned in the preamble alongside genocide and deportations. The intention was likely to recognize that Lithuania experienced not just one, but two genocides carried out by Nazis and Soviets. The creators of the amendments to the new center law have positioned the center as a hub for critical inquiry rather than a producer of idealized historical narratives and images. Soothing but reductive. Besides, during discussions on the law's wording, there were suggestions to rename the center as the Center for Research on Totalitarian Regimes, an effort somehow symbolically reboot the institution, although the old name was not changed and kept emphasis on genocide of Lithuania. Time will reveal how effectively the new law will function and what adjustments may be necessary along the way. However, from now on, it might become increasingly challenging, I think, to delay important decisions, particularly regarding the removal of public commemorative signs and establishing new ones to not very entirely noble persons. A recent observation of public discourse highlighted the serious difficulties faced by managers of the center, influenced by personal beliefs or external pressures, deciding to remove the monument to the later anti-Soviet fighter, Lieutenant Juozas Krikštaponis in Ukmergė, even when all available evidence clearly indicated his involvement in the massacre of Belarusian Jews and Soviet prisoners of war. From the outset, the center was established as an institution dedicated to examining the crimes of communism and anti-Soviet resistance, though the name of the institution and law indicated the opposite. This tendency, accent on communism, is clearly exemplified by the center's approach to publishing policies. Very interesting source, actually. At the beginning of the presentation, I mentioned the Commission for the Investigation of Crimes of Stalinism, established by Sąjūdis. The materials collected by this commission laid the groundwork for the center's ongoing publication titled The Genocide of Lithuanian Population. Notably, all 6 volumes of this publication, comprising 11 books, focus exclusively on the memory of Soviet victims. The document has names of 270,000 individuals repressed by Soviets. However, one and only one significant period is missing, 1941, 1944. Maybe it will be published soon, but I'm not sure. There were some attempts to achieve balance, and you see here 2 pioneer books by historians Arvydas Anušauskas and Arūnas Bubnys affiliated to the center, but the balance has not been reached. In 1997, the center launched the journal Genocide and Resistance, which has since published a total of 532 texts, of which 94 focus on the Nazi occupation. While this is a notable figure, and there are a lot of very strong articles among them, but it represents only about 1/6 of the text dedicated to the Soviet occupation. Over the past 27 years, the center has released 190 books in Lithuanian, including 27 titles specifically addressing to Shoah. 8 of these books were written by Arūnas Bubnys. 40 of the center books were translated into English, Polish, and Russian, 7 of which deal with the Shoah. Nearly all of them which were by Arūnas Bubnys. Apologies for the cliché, but it seems that Arūnas' books served as a fig leaf for a lack of center's publications on the Shoah. That's my association. It's important to know that there has been a notable absence of translating foundational text on genocide and the Shoah in the center. The gap has been systematically filled by the ALK series published by the Open Lithuania Foundation and the publications from the Jewish Museum. If you look at the educational programs, you will see clear imbalance in focus between the Soviet and Nazi regimes. The same can be said about exhibitions, commemorative events, and other activities. This can be easily verified by examining the center's website. A closer look at the publicly available list of events reveals that information about 23rd of September, that is Shoah Memorial Day in Lithuania, has been inconsistent. In contrast, other significant events such as Armenian Genocide Day, Holodomor, the repression of Chechens, have been commemorated with diligence and attention. Notably, the center's information failed to mention the passing of Fania Brantsovskaya, a former prisoner of Vilnius ghetto and a Jewish partisan who lived to be 102 years old. These news were widely reported in other media. Was it an oversight or a reluctance to honor someone who fought alongside Soviet partisans? The selective representation of 20th century history is evident in the center's commemorative activities. Since 1996, the center's program dedicated to building memorial signs to represent individuals has focused exclusively on commemorating Lithuanian partisan resistance. To be fair, the center has made strides in recent years by installing several information boards at Shoah sites. However, a sense of balance has yet to be achieved, especially considering that there are over 200 such places. It's important to highlight that a permanent, albeit modest, exhibition dedicated to the Shoah at the Genocide Victims Museum was only opened in 2011, after significant external and internal pressure. Again, not without such pressure, the Genocide Victims Museum finally changed its name to the Museum of Occupations and Freedom Struggles, an identity it had truly embodied all along. Since 2014, the center has faced increasing challenges, and its name has become more prominent in public discourse, particularly regarding commemoration. Why 2014? Aggressive politics of revanchist Russia, intense propaganda culminating in the attack on Ukraine. In Lithuania, the debate over Soviet-era memorials in public spaces has intensified after 2014, with a growing trend towards their removal. This has encouraged activists, both tactfully and often less so, to raise the question, what about memorials for those who cooperated with the Nazi regime? And in this context, 5 lines of tension have emerged, testing the center's professionalism and identity. And I have in mind the cases of Captain Jonas Noreika, Colonel Kazys Škirpa, and Lieutenant Juozas Krikštaponis. The other 2 figures were linked to Soviets, as Petras Cvirka and Salomėja Nėris, writers. The center produced numerous notes, pažymos, evaluating activities of these 3 persons. And the complexity of their evaluations arose from the fact that all 3 had previously been granted symbolic soldier volunteer status, kario savanorio statusas, and various honorary titles based on the center's recommendations and presidential decrees. Each of these cases needs a separate article, as does the analysis of numerous notes associated with them. In summary, these notes were presented in a way that smoothly combined correct factography, good analysis, with justifying reasoning arguments, Lithuanian išteisinamieji argumentai, highlighting the positive contributions of these individuals before and Nazi occupation. A notable characteristic of these documents, other phrases were involved or was related, buvo įtraukti arba buvo susiję, which somehow subtly downplayed their extent of their actions, as if these persons had no understanding and will. According to the critical view, according to Olszewski, the signing of Nazi-imposed documents, the isolation and management and appropriation of Jewish property would be considered part of genocide. It's classic. As well as encouragement to repress part of the population. According to the conservative point of view, it's somehow a softening circumstances. The Vilnius municipality's decisions to remove commemorative signs to Škirpa, Noreika, and Vilnius have faced opposition from certain society groups who organized rallies under slogans like in defense of Škirpa, Noreika, against the despising our history, proclaiming, let's defend the heroes of Lithuania. This issue has become a hallmark for a new national populist movement, National Association, Nacionalinis Susivienijimas, and its leaders. And when I say national populist, I don't use it as a negative word, but just indicating movements that centers on the nation's identity, pride, and protects it from perceived elites and globalization. These assessments and reactions regarding Škirpa, Noreika, and Krikštaponis significantly unsettled the center. Amid the heated discussions surrounding the removal of commemorative signs to these persons, the center underwent leadership change in 2020, introducing a new director and a new team, which showed inclination to conservative, that is, more closed view to the complicated, dissonant past. We will see what tomorrow will bring. We have a new council now, 11 members, with Arūnas Streikus leading the way, who was one of the key figures who advocated for change during the above-mentioned crisis. And the findings. In essence, the tension within the center stems from its unclear identity. It struggles to balance its role as both an expert institution focused on objective historical research and representative body that sometimes takes an apologetic stance. This apologetic character has been particularly evident in the evaluation of figures who cooperated with Nazis. One of the center's fundamental weaknesses, I think, and vulnerabilities to criticism was its emphasis on communist crimes from the beginning and the very clear secondary status of the Shoah in every aspect of the center's activities. This secondary status was coded from the beginning because the center was established primarily thinking about Lithuanian genocide and by those who were affected by it. The strong inclination to maintain a conservative, and critical narrative should not be viewed in a simplistic way. The fight against the contempt of our history and efforts to defend our heroes should be understood maybe within the broader context of the rising national populism across Europe. This reflects a struggle for fixed, clear meanings, longing for stability in an increasingly complex and uncertain world. Ultimately, it's an effort to preserve clear images of the past, alongside smooth, continuous narratives avoiding sharp corners, even at the expense of intellectual honesty. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Zigmas. And now I invite everybody here in front, and we will have a discussion and question session. Speakers, please. So, yeah, whoever has question, please raise hands and yeah.
Hello, thank you very much for these really interesting and informative presentations. So my question is quite technical, and it's addressed to actually both Eva and Zigmas. Maybe I'll start with Zigmas. So you mentioned, okay, it's a research institution, but you did not mention how many researchers are actually there and how many staff members. If I'm not mistaken, it's about 140 staff members. But how many researchers? About 10, 9? And then another, and the same question actually would be to Eva. Like, what are we talking about? Like, how many people are working there, and what's like the basic structure? How many researchers? How many people who are doing something else? And if so, what else? Like, what are their functions? Thank you.
So yes, I agree that it's about 441 employees, and among them several dozen historians, I think, and museologists. I can say exact number. Have to check it, but I'm sure that you cannot compare the center with IPN. It's different. It's huge. I mean, there are several thousand, I think, employees in the IPN.
Zigmas, also, I'm very sorry. How many are researching Holocaust? I understand it's Rukšėnas, and that's it, or yes, someone else?
In this group for Holocaust research, there are 2 persons now. 2 persons. I think so. Yes, the head and not.
Thank you. So exactly, that's difficult to compare because in Poland the institute has its own branches. So in each voivodeship, so in other words, province, there is a branch of the IPN. It's not only in Warsaw. And within the branch, you have different divisions. So you have historical division, you have division that investigates crimes, you have division, educational division, you have division that conducts the process of lustration. So it's a very complex organization. And as you're saying, several thousands of employees and mainly historians. But to get a very clear structure, how it works, I really invite everyone to just go on the IPN's website. It has its presence in Polish, but also in English. And very quickly, you can see how complex this institution is, and also how the input it's being presented. And my probably argument would be that the only thing which is not so clear is the division between historical research and memory production, and that in a way speaks to our previous presentation in the earlier panels. So to what extent what you see and the publications that you look at, which are not even presented within the kind of educational sphere or commemorative sphere of the Institute's outputs, it's to be seen as memory making or historical research. That's blurred. and it's very difficult to and what criteria would you use to, even very quickly, this example of, which I used, of street renaming and biographies. So you'd go to the website, and there are these new biographies or new explanation of historical events, but there are no sources. So you just present it with a narrative, yeah? And there is no bibliography, no footnotes. So you have to somehow believe that whoever written this biography is an expert in the field, and what they say is you have to accept it as the gospel. Thank you.
I think it's the same about the center. I mean, this limit between memory and historiography, it's not clear. I mean, that's a problem. I mean,
well, the Ukrainian Institute of National Memory was created, as I mentioned, in 2006, and it also had a difficult path during the times of Yanukovych, who deleted the institute of many of its like status and obligations. Then, after in 2014, the status was returned. They are very active, especially since 2014. They have numerous recommendations. They have not so many departments, like even not the departments, a kind of directions, like 6 probably, something around this. But they also publish the biographies of the people that they argue that the names have to be deleted from the public space through reshaping the titles of the streets. They have recommendations on how to commemorate this or that, like type of holiday or person or the date. But they also initiated a very, I think, very well thought approach to how to commemorate the Holodomor, because they have selected each year a kind of direction. Like one year it was the people who shared their food with other people. Another year it was the foreign journalists who were brave enough to tell the truth about the famine despite the Soviet ban, etc., etc. So the institute is really active in trying to help the society to understand a lot of events. But also we have the Institute of History of Ukraine, which is part of the National Academy of Sciences, which publish online almost all the researchers and sources. So in terms of potential, Institute of National Memory is not as big and strong, but in terms of imposing of its policy, it's pretty active. And
yeah, thank you. Thank you. Do we have more questions?
Thank you very much. I think that's the question primarily to Zigmas, but also to others. So if we assume that these institutions are linked, very clearly subordinated to political institutions, can we actually expect something to change? And what would you see as the steps further in order to make them more transparent, in order to make them more inclusive, and in fact, change the current situation? Is that even possible?
I think it's possible, because it depends of the politicians, and politicians, they initiated the changes of the structure, an example of managerial structure of the center, and that's why these changes happened, and we have new council, new management, and now we will see how it will be. You don't believe, because there's 6 historians, I think, in this new commission. And it's quite, but as I said, we will see how it will happen, and of course we need I think it's bigger financiation, because the center was always very, very poor institution, and it's also will show is it will prioritize this the government will prioritize this institution or not. But I think that it depends of this council who will be influential, and that is political institution self-understandable because it's established by parliament, so it's natural. Yeah.
Do you want to comment on this? Very quickly, I think. My argument was that they are ineffective in the long term. So, and if you measure the trust in the institution is very low, and also the debates that we have in Poland about this institution indicates that many sections of the society perceived it as too politicized. So, in a longer term, if you truly want to shape the society's attitudes towards the past, do you want to fund? And the institution is very well funded in Poland, an institution which has very little effect and generates more conflict than consensus. So my argument, it would be that we need to look at it in a long term, what is to happen eventually, and rather than have like this reaction which is, okay, we have at the moment a populist government and they implementing certain laws because they have majority in the parliament, so they can, and they have the president as well, so they can introduce certain laws. But in the long term, if we think of the politics of memory as being implemented at many different levels, not only through the nation state, but also at the local level, municipal level, regional level, and international level, then the picture becomes very complicated. And you'd think that with that one law, because you make people change the streets, you are not necessarily changing the historical consciousness and people's imaginations and attitudes towards the past.
Also, I'm thinking about the center. It seems that the Lithuanian politicians refrained to influence the center directly. I think that the heads of the center were more influenced by the some organizations about political prisoners and exiles and some particular persons, because I don't see direct influence of the politicians. Some rough, an example, talking about rough influence, but political prisoners and exiles, they make a big influence to the center and to the head of the center, I think.
Just several words. The Ukrainian case is a bit different because of the war, because of unreflected past, because of the attitude toward the law, the attempts of the head of the archival service, to ban all researchers. That's a bright example with Viktor Yanukovych and his attitude toward historical politics. So it's now in Ukraine this complete mess that takes place during the calamities and the attempts of people to think about the current war using the past experience and past trauma and past wars. So now it's kind of difficult space to analyze and to predict.
Yeah, I will just use my right as a moderator and my privilege, and I just add a little bit about the Genocide Center. Thank you all for your comments. So I think one problem of the Genocide Center, because I know the situation quite well, I don't know now, but at least in the past, there is one problem that is not only bad financing, but how do you distribute those finances within the organization, and do historians and most important people get the big amount of those finances? And as far as I know, even now, it's not the case, and their salaries are like gradually increasing, but not to the point that this institution would be competitive within the field of history in Lithuania, and they could hire really the best people, best researchers. And I think it also is connected to this lack of Nazi period researchers, because there is not enough such researchers, and you really have to have to offer them something, you know, that they work for you. So I think it's the lack of staff too, like it's a big problem, and how to find, how to educate the best people, and how to distribute those resources and do the best management. But I think this new committee is hope. So do we have more questions? Yeah.
Thank you very much for your three very interesting, insightful presentations. I have a very small, quick question for the first presenter on Ukraine, reading from one of your slides on the memory of the Second World War. On the same slide, you refer to May the 8th and May the 9th. We all know that it is more than just a discussion about days, but it's about aligning yourself with, let's say, the Western perspective and the Soviet perspective. Could you maybe briefly say a little bit about this tough decision and when that started to change? That would be my question. Mm-hmm.
Thank you for the question. It was the year 2014, which marked the beginning of the war. And like many Ukrainians, realized that what they have learned 10 or 20 years ago in the schools, it doesn't help, to understand what is going on. So people, the Ukrainian society, started to reflect, started to pay more attention, which is obvious in that situation, to pay attention to what is going on in Russia. And it turned out that a lot of people didn't care, and while we didn't care, it turned out that in Russia, this cult of the great victory has been turned into a religious cult, which you either worse or you are you can be repressed for saying anything against the great victory and the contribution of the Soviet Union and Stalin into the great victory. And so this victory had been used as had started to be used as a powerful weapon for mobilization of the Russian society and as a weapon against the Ukrainian society. So, and Petro Poroshenko, who was the president at the time, he was brave enough to make this step from the Soviet cult of the great victory that that presented only this. The war as something that had only good and positive and negative actors, where this battle was between evil and kind, two sides only, with this one, again I repeat, but it's very important, with this one winner that and now the fact that the Soviet Union as a totalitarian state turned out to be on the side of the good states. It was with the allies that that together combated the Nazism, and this fact had begun to be used as a weapon, arguing that that because of that victory, everyone has to obey and to listen to Russia now, because 75 years ago it won. And suddenly Ukrainians realized that this is something they do not want to be part anymore. And as I've said, the researchers indicated that this memories about the Soviet crimes, it was mostly kept inside the families, and also this memory about the Second World War, where one family could have both veterans of the Red Army, and also the veterans of the Ukrainian insurgent army. So, and you could not reconcile these two memories in the official space before 2014, and only in 2014 and then in 2015, when the president, the Institute of National Memory, historians, they started this promotion campaigns that, look, we're one societies, we're between. Timothy Snyder, wrote The Bloodlands. We were between the two totalitarian states with, and inside it was a Ukrainian society who also had different visions, on what the future of Ukraine should be. It's not about victory, you know. It's not because, you know, this concept of great victory, implies the role of, you know, the great state, powerful state, and powerful Stalin as an effective manager, as the Russians used to call Stalin. It's for Ukrainians. Let's put, you know, human experience. Let's put human in the center, and sufferings that Ukrainians have suffered during, you know, this clash of two totalitarian regimes. It's about memory. It's about memory of all those, you know, ethnic groups and who fought, who died, who were murdered in Babin Yar, in many of these Babin Yars in Ukraine, because Ukraine was completely occupied. So basically, its whole territory, it had this little Babin Yars, you know, in every town, in thousands, like in hundreds of villages. And it was Poroshenko who in 2015 initiated this campaign and shift to May the 8th. So let's be with Europe, let's commemorate this as not as the day of victory, but the day of memory. And, you know, and I'm completing a slight difference, but it's very telling. The slogan of Europe that Ukraine has also accepted is never again. And you know what is the slogan that the Russians use? Можем повторить, we can repeat. And now they repeat. It's, you know, it's very symbolic.
Thank you so much. And yeah, unfortunately, with this not very optimistic note, we end today. But I would like to really thank all the speakers for such a brilliant presentations and for such a meaningful discussion. And actually, I would like to thank all of you that you attended and kindly invite you to join us at lunch. Everybody is invited at the leisure space here, 5th floor, just to have lunch and continue these discussions, because I still think a lot was not said. And yeah, so thank you again, and let's continue work.
It's time for our final session, and we will have 3 presenters. In it, our session is community initiatives and institutional collaboration, and I would like to invite the first presenter, Toby Butler, from Royal Holloway University of London, with the presentation Creating an Archivist Archive of the UK Environment Movement at the British Library. And some words about our presenter. Dr. Toby Butler is a public historian with a wide-ranging skill set development in higher education, the third sector, and in media industry. Currently, he is a reader in geography at Royal Holloway University, where he is leading at a project of the oral history of the environment movement in United Kingdom from 1970s up to 2020 in partnership with National Life Stories at the British Library. Dr. Butler is a director of Living Maps Network. He is an editor of History Workshop Journal and recently worked on the Mapping Museums project and Birkbeck, yes, University of London, to map of all the museums in United Kingdom from 1960s to present, featuring interviews with 57 museums founders that featured stories from small museums. He also is a project leader of numerous oral history projects in India, in USA, Wales, and England, such as Project Oral History Trails along the River Thames, or Ports of Call project at the Royal Docks in East London to map the historically interpret the working history of the area. So please, the floor is yours.
Right, well, good afternoon, everybody. I think everyone should get a prize for staying. Well, lovely to see you, and what an incredible day it's been. I don't know how many of you went to the Duke's Palace, but I've just got halfway around, realised I had 25 minutes to get back, and kind of ran through the most incredible staterooms. Years ago, I used to work at Hampton Court Palace as a tour guide, and I'd dress up as a Tudor knight, 16th century knight, with a sword, and it just brought it all back to me. And they say history doesn't repeat itself. Well, it certainly does there. Okay, so thank you very much for that introduction. As you hear, my expertise really is in oral history. I'm currently leading an oral history project on the lived history of the environmental movement. Unusually for an oral history project, it's based at the geography department at Royal Holloway. Usually it would be in a history department. But the really exciting thing is that we're working with a partner, the British Library, which has a huge sound archive of 6 million recordings, which is one of the largest sound archives in the world. Much of my experience, as I say, relates to oral history particularly, which I've been practicing since I was 11 years old, when I interviewed my grandmother for her memories of the Second World War in London for a project I was doing at school, and I'm still doing it now. And since then, I have indeed worked at projects really all over the world now for the best part of 40 years. But most of these projects have been very small scale, usually involving up to 20 people. And this is the biggest project that I've ever been involved with. It's extremely ambitious. It involves 100 interviews, and it aims to capture a very wide diversity of experience. And we're working with a national archive that has its own ambitions to ensure that its oral history collection sufficiently reflects a range of experiences in terms of geography as well as history. Now, there's perhaps an intrinsic tension between the top-down creation of a large national archive and the typically bottom-up approach of smaller oral history projects, and particularly on a subject like grassroots activism. But it's an exciting partnership, and we're thinking hard about how this new archive might be used as a catalyst for discussion and debate amongst environmental activists and the public, as well as the academic community. Now, I should stress that this is a project in progress. We're actually in the middle of the interviewing process, so I won't be presenting research findings today or giving you much in the way of insights into the movement itself. instead, I'm going to be considering the development of oral history-based archives at state level in the United Kingdom. And I thought it would be useful to outline how the project has developed and explore how oral history practice what it might offer us in terms of inclusion, and how others might think about creating large oral history projects in a national archive context. I'll also try and reflect on some of the challenges we're currently facing trying to record a sufficient array of voices for a movement which covers 50 years, and the methods that we're using to try and address this, which I hope might be practically useful for anyone here planning to use oral history methodology in archive creation for your own projects. So, let's start with a very brief overview. So it's a large-scale project. It's 3 years. The recordings themselves are substantial, but it's important to note that I didn't conceive of the idea. I was actually approached by 2 environmentalists who were very keen to document the history of the environmental movement. They felt that some of the more recent campaigns seemed to be quite ignorant, actually, of the environmental movement's history and how much work had been done in climate change and so on. And so there was a feeling that the younger generation simply wasn't aware of sort of the battles of the past, as it were. And so they came to me to help them put a bid together. They'd already tried to get some money from the National Lottery Fund, and they had been turned down. And I could use my academic connections and also connections with the British Library to work up a much more ambitious scale project. So my initial role really was to broker relationships, firstly with senior staff at the Oral History Collection at the British Library. And thankfully they had long felt that there was a big gap in between their collection. They had a huge collection. I'll explain its history in a little while, but they didn't have a lot of interviews with environmentalists, and it was something that they were seeking to cover. In the end, we built a team and included the 2 people that approached me as paid employees, as part of the research team. Unusually, the rest of us were academics, to make 7 team members, 5 of which have worked on the interviewing. And in building the bid, we put together a number of partnerships. The National Life Stories, which is part of the British Library or based there, the Royal Geographical Society, and we're going to be creating some teaching materials with them, and also Friends of the Earth and the Wildlife Trusts, which are 2 huge environmental organisations. The Wildlife Trust being actually a major landowner in the UK now with nature reserves all over the country. And so they could put us in touch with an awful lot of people and potential interviewees, and we could use them for advice. Now, I won't be discussing the outputs very much today because they're going to come in the final year of the project, but there are public-focused elements to this. It's going to include a free book, which will be published by a university press, but a digital version will be made available for free. There'll be the usual journal articles and seminar series. We're also running a series of witness seminars where we invite 12 people from the movement to discuss certain topics, which we record and transcribe, and there'll be podcasts, I think, and probably some other media as well. So, as I said, the main aim is to create a national archive of 100 life stories. So it's an archive creating project. It spans 50 years, which was extremely ambitious span of time. This is partly because 50 years is kind of comfortably in adult living memory, but also around the time of 1971 was kind of a sort of a key moment. There was kind of Earth Day was around that time. The establishment of charities like Greenpeace and Friends of the Earth. The blue marble photograph from NASA came out around that time, and this sort of, I think, a social shift towards the idea of thinking of the world in environmental terms in a holistic way. So that seemed a convenient starting point. And the other thing to say is that these interviews are extraordinarily long, and I've never done such long interviews, but the National Library like to do a whole life history approach. So some of these interviews might take 12 to 14 hours to record over 2 or 3 days. And you'd start off with, you know, tell me where you were born, and you go all the way through their lives up to their present. And it's not just about their professional life. So I'll talk a little bit more about that technique. But for me, this was extraordinary. You know, probably the longest interview I'd ever done was perhaps 3 or 4 hours at most. And the other thing which we were encouraged to do by the British Library was to think nationally. So the original idea was that it would be perhaps confined to England and possibly Wales, but they encouraged us to think bigger and to include the whole of the country. So I suppose the National Library, or the British Library, was I suppose a mentor, I guess, and an advisor, and could reframe something which sort of came from the movement itself. So I think their role was quite interesting. Okay, so let's just talk about oral history and collecting at scale. Because, as I mentioned, almost all oral history projects are small because they're kind of practical and easy to do. But there is actually quite a long history of big national oral history projects of sorts. And they really start, I guess, I'm looking here not at kind of the Grimm brothers kind of collecting folk tales and things. I'm talking about actual recording. It really starts, of course, back in the 1890s with the invention of the Edison phonograph, which was quite quickly adopted for research use by anthropologists going back to the 1890s. Now, despite the limitations of the wax cylinder phonograph, it was incredibly heavy. The recording equipment weighed 25 kilograms, which is, you know, that would basically break your luggage allowance at the airport for one big suitcase. And each cylinder could only record 800 to 900 spoken words, so that's just a few minutes, if that, of recording, and then you'd have to have another wax cylinder. So that's another box now, so you're going to have lots and lots of wax cylinders. So you can imagine that the recordings tended to be fairly short. And field recording was challenging. I have seen in Ireland early examples of people trying to kind of creating a special frame on a bike to take the recording equipment into cottages and houses in rural Ireland, but car-based solutions, as you can see from this picture from Wales, were more common. So the first in the UK, or the British Isles, I should say more correctly, because Ireland gained its independence shortly before this, of course. But in the 1930s, the Irish Folk Commission in Dublin ran a big collecting programme to collect folklore of the Irish people. And this was a very political act. It was state-sponsored, and the idea was to preserve Ireland's native Gaelic culture and its place in Celtic tradition in the context of a newly independent Ireland. And it's just has a huge echo, I think, here, seeing the reconstruction of the palace and the context of that. So very much in that vein. And this work partly inspired the establishment of the School of Scottish Studies at the University of Edinburgh in 1951. And they had a similar interest in recording folklore, and a field worker from the Irish Commission was employed by the Scottish Studies Centre. But by this time, the vastly superior portable tape recorder, reel-to-reel, of course, rather than the plastic cassettes at that point, but still, it was heavy, but much lighter than the phonograph equipment, and it was exclusively used to create an extensive archive of thousands of hours of recordings of songs, dialects, and stories in Scotland. And then soon afterwards in Wales, the Welsh Folk Museum, established in 1958, also began to record folk traditions and record songs, stories, and home and work practices in the Welsh language. And an extensive programme of recording took place, organised by the Department of Oral Traditions and Dialects over several decades. And this included life stories as well as more focus work on topic areas such as Welsh food and cooking, to take one example from the 1970s, which included oral testimony in the Welsh language, and photographing fire hearths and filming cooking techniques. So these developments in all of these countries should be understood in the social and political context of nationalist sentiment and a justified fear that unless it was collected, the cultural history of native populations was in danger of erasure as a result of cultural oppression, depopulation, urbanisation, and the associated decline of Irish, Gaelic, Manx, and Welsh languages. So what about England? Well, In England, the biggest oral history collection, as I mentioned, is held by the British Library, but that collection started back in 1906, when the British Library used to be part of the British Museum. So the British Museum accepted donations of recordings of politicians and famous figures that had been recorded by the gramophone company, so it was a collection of records, essentially. But it wasn't until the 1950s that a dedicated space was found for the British Institute of Recorded Sound, which was an independent organisation but still housed by the British Museum, which aimed to establish a comprehensive collection of music, dialects, accents, sounds and testimonies of ordinary people. Now, this initiative was funded from 1961 by the government, and in 1983 it finally became incorporated officially into the British Library and became known as the National Sound Archives, which at this point was one of the world's largest sound archives. By 2001, about 35% of its vast collection of over 1 million recordings was recorded speech, so about a third was recorded speech. Much of it radio and broadcast material, with most oral history content commissioned or recorded by staff at the archive itself. Meanwhile, from the 1970s, modern oral history practice developed rapidly. In the UK, the Oral History Society was established in 1973. These were fairly left-leaning practitioners. They sought to democratize the writing of history. They included anthropologists, as well as historians and cultural geographers. And these were all areas that found the technique useful for capturing hidden, difficult or unrecognized histories which rarely made the written record, from working class accounts of labour history to women's history in the 80s and 90s, through to black and ethnic minority histories and lesbian, gay, bisexual and transgender histories. Most of these were small scale, but Paul Thompson, a sociologist at Essex University, did a huge project on the early 20th century social history called the Edwardians. This involved over 300 interviews, and he went on to establish, with social historian Asa Briggs, the National Life Stories collection in 1987. And the aim of that collection was to record first-hand experiences of as wide a cross-section of present-day society as possible, combining recordings with both elites, who some argued had been neglected by British oral historians up to that point, and a cross-section of ordinary men and women. The independent governance of the National Life Stories, so this was actually a charity rather than being part of the archive itself, so it had an element of independence with its own trustees, that which gave it a high degree of flexibility, and also it was able to secure funding for an array of large-scale projects, mostly with a profession or industry focus, including artists, theatre designers, authors, finance, steel industry, the post office, scientists, architects, lawyers, the food farming sector, and the electricity supply industry. Now, I mentioned that most oral history projects were small and local. They're easier and quicker to resource and can be much more agile and reactive to events. So I just want to mention one example of a small activist-related oral history project which goes back to 2011. I was teaching a course called Digital Storytelling, Place, Memory and History, and I had two fantastic students, Sam Smith and Cindy Boga. They were engaged with the Occupy protest at the London Stock Exchange, and as part of their coursework they created an oral history-based trail around St Paul's Cathedral using interviews with protesters. This was an anti-capitalist protest, which they interviewed with protesters as a kind of audio memorial to the protest, which was, by that time, had been cleared away by the authorities 4 months after the protesters started. Now, for my students, it was a very exhilarating process because they were going into the camp live, but they quickly found that recording oral history in a protest situation is very problematic. There's no quiet place to sit. People keep coming in and disturbing you. There's also a lot of tension and concern about the police and surveillance. And I think it's quite interesting to have a look at this recording list, and I don't know if you can see some of the details, but notice that some of these recordings are 26 minutes long, 15 minutes long, 21 minutes long. At the most, they're more than an hour. But it probably reflects an environment where people can't give much time. And also notice some of the names. We have Daniel here, or Bones. So these are nicknames or pseudonyms, as they were worried about the dangers of undercover policing and incrimination. But we do have an activist archive here, and the audio memorial to the movement was very powerful. In many cases of projects like this, the recordings don't make it to an archive at all. They're usually just part of someone's private research collection. But to their great credit, these students went to the trouble of archiving them at the Bishopsgate Library in London, so that those original recordings are accessible. And it's through this kind of active source creation and archive building that even temporary shifting and quite disparate communities like this can be given a voice in the historical record, albeit for as long as a project website keeps going or a project book survives in a local library. So in contrast with paid staff and a major academic partner in the shape of the British Library, our task in many ways was much easier. We set up interviews in comfortable environments that might last, as I said, more than 12 hours. We can reassure participants that as we're working with the National Archive, we can close off difficult sections of recording from the public for a safe period. We can justifiably say that their recordings and transcripts will be kept indefinitely for future generations, searchable on the British Library online catalogue, and this could potentially make this archive an extraordinarily powerful and accessible archive in the future. Not only that, but this is the National Life Stories Collection. Unusually, these are whole-life interviews, not just focused on a specific campaign or job role. They capture whole trajectories, unseen and unapparent struggles and wrong turns, and the collection is not just the great and the good, although we will include some of those too. These interviews employ open questions and quite loose approach to employing question lists. We encourage the interviewees to lead the conversation and cover areas that they think are important and should be on the record. We also encourage interviewees to talk about their emotions, feelings, and reflections after the event, as well as just focusing on the event itself, which would be a much more historical approach. So this allows new forms of understanding and analysis to emerge that might be unexpected, and the luxury of the long-form interview gives a lot of space for this in a way that very focused interviewing simply doesn't. Fundamentally, oral history archives can challenge ideas of one historical truth or a single expert voice. These are deeply situated sources, gloriously subjective, and I hope that we can use them to provoke and excite discussion, both within and outside the movement, in this case on how people can and indeed can't change the world in the past, so we can reflect on their experience in the present. So how do you go about choosing just 100 people to reflect 50 years of history and an absolutely vast and disparate movement? Well, the truth is that it's impossible to do so perfectly, but I'll outline the process that we've undertaken over 18 months to try and solve this problem. So the first thing, of course, we start off with a definition, essentially the definition of the environmental movement is a loose, non-institutionalized network of informal interactions which might include individuals, groups, organizations, that are motivated by a shared identity or concern about the environmental issues. They're heterogeneous, okay, so it's not like you can kind of roll up to one organisation and find them in one building. I have to say, an awful lot of the environmental movement has been institutionalised over this time, and in fact, even before this period. So there are major, of course, environmental organisations and charities which did make our job a little easier. Also, we're influenced by some existing work by Margareta Joly, which was a massive oral history project on the women's liberation movement. And we, in fact, had numerous meetings with her, and she really helped us kind of think through kind of how we might define this, not just necessarily in terms of the demographics of the sample, but thinking about its actions and its ideas and using that as a starting point to select people. So we agreed 6 overall issues. That's fine, thank you. I'm going to run on a bit, and if that's okay. All right, yes, yeah. So we agreed 6 overall issues, and we felt that most environmental issues kind of would comfortably fit within these. Climate change and energy, that includes nuclear power. Anti-nuclear protest was quite a big area, and I would say that climate change has probably taken over. It trumps almost everything now. But some of these were, in previous decades, were much more important. Things like waste and recycling. Well, that campaign was kind of won really all over Europe. But of course, at one point, that really wasn't the case. And then also we had what we called wildcards, so people that didn't quite fit into any of these, things like environmental journalists, documentary makers who could give a unique perspective, and also what we called route mapper interviews. So these are people who often were much older, but perhaps had an overview or worked for perhaps the government or had a kind of or an umbrella organisation that had a unique access and appreciation of perhaps a whole sector, and they were very useful as a starting point to find contacts and suggestions. We also divided this up into dividing the environmental action into protests, which is the thing, I suppose, which kind of tends to get into the newspapers. Then policies, the more behind-the-scenes work of NGOs, particularly, usually it's organised at NGO level, that affects legislation and governance. But most importantly, projects, and this is kind of on the ground, making kind of charities and organisations and voluntary groups that made cycle paths, city farms, community energy projects, recycling schemes, nature reserves, and so on. So from this, we kind of developed a long list, and I won't go through kind of all of these elements, but essentially we were making use of the contacts, of course, that we had through our partners and through the members of the projects, bearing in mind that there's some intrinsic deficiencies about using just a few individuals and their contacts, and so we did approach people outside of the group to ask for suggestions. And also we were quite keen not just to go for what we call the usual suspects, so that is the chief executives or the leaders of organisations. We're also keen to get to talk to people who perhaps were little known, or for example, we interviewed the person who ran the post room at Friends of the Earth for 30 years, or people that perhaps were involved in protests but didn't actually take any professional or paid role. So we tried to get a sufficient level of scope in that way too. And so using this, we got down to a list of 300 possible people to speak to. So then we kind of looked at the various sort of different things that we wanted the project to do. We wanted to deliver it across the period, deliver it across the geography of the whole of the UK, those roles that I mentioned, as well as, of course, some issues of demography as well. We're quite keen to employ people from an ethnically diverse background. We're also very keen to have half of the interviewees female and half male. So that kind of gave us then this sort of checklist which we would use, and we'd have these meetings over 6 months. Once a month we'd get together, we'd have a meeting about one of these sections, and then tick off on this kind of grid as to each person we chose where they would fit on it, and then use that then to select other future people to make sure that we had a scope in terms of period, policy, projects, protest, and themes. So that was the way that we kind of worked our way through it. It took a very long time and an awful lot of arguing, I've got to say. Very, very fraught discussions, but we kind of got through it in the end. So what sort of things can they reveal? Well, we're kind of halfway through the interviewing at the moment, but what was very nice was just kind of to get ideas of people's motivations, why it was they got involved, what were they influenced by, what led them to the point where they got involved in engaging with the movement itself. And then reflections on how and why, or if they even did deliver change in any way, and their reflections on the failure and the successes, and also we asked for some very practical examples of how it was they went about lobbying, how did they build a campaign, how did they, I don't know, climb up an oil rig or whatever, practically, in the case of Greenpeace. So there's some kind of quite interesting sort of top tips, I suppose, for environmentalists of the present. But also we asked them reflective questions, things about how were they changed by the experience, what outcomes and impacts did they have, what were their own reflections and critiques. Now usually this is the role of the historian, to kind of come up with these kind of bigger questions and patterns, but we're working with the idea that in fact we're all historians of our own lives, and we're all capable of reflecting.
I'm so sorry, but you have to finish.
Sure, no, that's fine. No,
didn't
that's
save
great.
More time for this.
No, that's problem. There's just one last example that I was going to mention, which was Zarina, who was talked about how difficult it was as somebody from a BME background, and she recounts this kind of situation at COP26, and they were asked to kind of to divide up, and she kind of found she was the only one in the group that was kind of talking about climate justice, race and equality. So just sort of saying how hard it was in the environmental movement as someone from a black and minority ethnic background to work in that environment. And as a sector, it's one of the worst compared to other areas. So it's a really interesting area which kind of we're exploring. So there we go. I'll leave it there. Thank you for your patience, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If there will be any answers for Toby, you can ask after our session, okay? And now I would like to invite our next presenter, Clewert. Unfortunately, I don't know that I pronounced correctly your name, from Royal Holloway, University of London, with a presentation. Sorry, from University of Antwerpen, and with presentation Community Cultural Memory and Archival Policy, Evaluating Flanders Heritage Area for Implementing an Institutional Intercommunity-oriented Cultural Archive Practice. Some words about the presenter. In 2011, Gerard de Cloy graduated with a master's degree in history and soon started working in local public library archives. Since 2014, he's been the chief archivist of the city archives of Gerental, gradually transforming this old institution into the proactive, public-orientated institution. In 2022, he received an invitation from a university from Antwerp to conduct PhD research from the critical heritage studies perspective on the role and position of archives in society and in the broader heritage landscape. Since then, he has been combining the role of researchers and practitioner in the University of Antwerp. And could you please tell your name correctly? I am so sorry.
No worries, it's the least international name, I think. It's Geert de Keulaarde.
Oh, okay, it's quite difficult.
Thank you for the introduction. Yeah. Thank you also for being here at the end of this conference. Very exciting conference it was. There has been many talks about role perceptions, and I'm gonna begin on that discussion. There's a limited time frame, of course, so I can't delve into every aspect of that, not even on my own research. So I pick out one topic, and I'll continue and hopefully engage you in what I'm going to discuss. Yeah, that's not really necessary. So this presentation is part of broader research at the university I'm performing on the societal role and relevance of archives, institutions, and archival practices in Flanders. And I start from this position that archival institutions are, of course, publicly funded in Belgium, and therefore should serve the public interest. Yet whether archives should actively engage in society, that is up for debate at this moment. And the question that raises is, are archives primarily a matter of culture, of heritage, of governance, or a scientific policy? This is an ambivalence which has long influenced perceptions on archives, their position in policy and in practice, and possibly also their perceived societal role and value. At this moment, archival institutions in Flanders don't often have a prominent or active voice in societal discussions on heritage, and they struggle with an outdated and dusty image. Yesterday I heard the words the rusty dusty. Well, it applies as well for archives. That contrasts with critical theory, which illuminates the transformative role that public institutions such as archives, museums and libraries play in addressing key social challenges like democracy, sustainability, inequality and so on. But this perspective, this transformative perspective, has not taken up root yet in archival theory, policy and practice in Flanders, at least not in the same degree as it has for museums. Today I want to explore a concept of intercommunity-oriented model of cultural archiving within Flanders heritage policy, and the idea is, I'll come back to that by the conclusions. From an activist point of view, archives, I believe, must take up a role in society. But when you're not part of the game, you have to learn how the game operates, so you can get to be part of that game and operate from within. So therefore, the focus on policy and how policy in Flanders is constructed and what role archives can have in that. So I'll assess whether the current policy landscape is conducive to expanding its approach on cultural archiving. And I depart again from this position that archives must go beyond the traditional roles of collecting, describing, organizing, making passively accessible. to become active agents of societal change. Relevance is key in this. And it starts as well from another point of view that all cultural institutions, all publicly funded cultural institutions, they have to come together if they want to amass the critical, how to say that, courage, power to get into this transformative role. Relevance is important for two main reasons. Becoming relevant actors allows archives to engage as societal partners, particularly with groups often excluded from dominant cultural narratives. And at the same time, relevance is also essential for political recognition, which is necessary for further development and channeling investments in the field. Investments that are in turn essential to give back to society. Recognizing that public archives are part of a social contract with responsibilities towards the public and towards contemporary societal challenges, we need to understand what role archivists can and should play in addressing these issues and how we can harness archival power to support societal transformation. This relevance at the local level, I work in a local level institution, it stems from grassroots relevance, which means finding entry points with communities, especially to engage with those who may not see archives as relevant today. Archival institutions need to become meaningful to people on a grassroots level if they want to drive societal change. Community-based and contemporary collecting are vital approaches. I heard a lot of talks about oral history, and especially today. This is really vital. But there are challenges inherent to these contemporary collecting methods. These methods, they allow us to open up archival spaces to a diverse range of voices, but public institutions aiming to empower communities should also encourage community members to engage beyond their own communities, and I think that's very important. Inspiring cross-community dialogue and democratic engagement. It's in Hannah Arendt's sense, the political power rests in organization in the public sphere. Community-based and participatory archives are promising methods, but they have inherent biases. This concept of cultural archiving, so I refer to Bastian, I find her very influential, provides valuable guidance. Bastian argues that traditional archival methods no longer meet today's needs, and she calls for new ways to conceptualize archives and records. Each culture creates its own streams of meaning, symbols, and knowledge. A cultural archive engages with these streams and helps address archival silences, authorize discourses, and the dominance of Western narratives. Such archives give equal space to textual and non-textual records, including embodied and performative records. By creating a space that accommodates diverse forms of knowledge and memory, archives can become more relevant to the communities that produce these records and engage with them, of course. A cultural archive is deeply connected to the community. However, institutional methods for engaging communities are problematic at this moment, or can be problematic. In prior research, I noted that community-based archiving can reinforce exclusivity and social closure through the thickening of community identity, and thereby limiting the possibilities for inter-community connection. Community-based archival practices generally depart from a contemporary collecting imperative and use participatory methods, wherein community members are allowed to share their experiences and their resources and their carriers of information, so that the archival institution can archive these, or that these can be archived by the community themselves, but often via technology provided by these institutions. But in all ways, it's on the terms of the institution. These current methods are more often than not an assimilation chamber into an authorized framework. Yesterday I heard the word indoctrination. It's a very powerful word, maybe a bit too, but it comes to that point. Institutions stress what's happening. They decide. Participants are invited in to join the discussion, but only if they agree with the non-negotiable terms of the organizer of that discussion. Current practices wield a particular framework that is not hospitable to conceptions of what is archive that originates from outside that framework. To respond, archival institutions and practitioners need to become proactive and engaged. They must actively build trusted relationships within community. They need to focus on the emergent community records, the trigger dialogue that aims to bridge community boundaries via a thin and outward-oriented identity formation. The goal is not to empower communities themselves. It's important, but it's not the main goal. The goal is to facilitate a shared sense of being in it together, and I mean in it, in society, in whatever drives us. Institutions and practitioners, they need to challenge the authorized archival discourse to deprivilege the written to the non-written and acknowledge that community record is flexible and dynamic, that it includes non-scribal, embodied and performative expressions as carriers of information. They should not focus on extracting that community record and ingesting it into an institutional or into a post-custodial collection, but must focus on continuing engagement with communities to support the embodiment of referential memory through performance. Sorry, it's a difficult sentence, but read the article, I'd say. And most importantly, I heard the word today as well, they need to act as a broker, mediating different and often opposing interests, try to find common ground on which conversation can be initiated. To become a broker requires a form of outward-oriented relevance, which is built through proactive engagement. Again, trusted relationship building is imperative. I believe this kind of practice, such practice is essential for public archives to become transformative agents. But how to put that into practice and into policy? Flanders has used the concept of cultural archiving, culturele archiefwerking, for more than 20 years as a way to integrate archives into its regional heritage policy, but this raises questions. How compatible is that framework used in Flemish policy with... okay, I have to talk a bit faster then. No, I'm going to skip some time. I'm not going to focus on the methodology of these questions. The main is how can we combine both models, because there are different models of cultural archiving. To understand, in short, the shaping of an arena in Flanders. So Flanders, Belgium in general, is a federal state with regional governments besides local and interlocal governments. And the Flemish region of the regional government is the person-based government and is a state-based government, so there are two different sets of authorities. The problem with archives, it's become divided across both sets. So in 1980s there was this transfer of cultural authority to the regional level. So Flanders was becoming now responsible for areas like youth, sports, arts, museums, and so on, but not archives. They were simply forgotten at that time. But that resulted, until today, in a very complex legal structure. So the federal government retains authority over public archives, but without the mandate to develop cultural policy. At the regional level, the authority over archives is split between the person-based government for cultural archives and the land-based government for the non-cultural archives. In 2001, the Flemish Minister of Culture introduced the concept of cultural archiving as an open concept. That means no clear framework was provided at the time. The intention was that the cultural sector itself should define what is cultural archiving. But this sparked a pivotal phase that would define and limit the structure of the archival field until today. Of course, within the time frame I cannot fully explore here, but some interesting things happened during the decades after. And before. So since 1985, Flanders has four so-called ideological archives, which were based on the ideological pillars of society back then. The nationalist, the Catholic, the socialist and the liberal archives. Very interesting power structures as well. From the mid-1990s, Flanders gradually developed a cultural policy, but holistic and archival legislation failed due to jurisdictional constraints. And the increasing pressure of these four ideological archives to secure a solid legal framework and funding, an archival decree was hurriedly put together in 2002. It became the first formal attempt to define what is a cultural archive, but it went in a very particular way at that moment. So legally, the concept was defined as the archival work that cannot be based on decrees containing the administrative work of the authorities. And in discourse during negotiations, cultural archives were demarcated to those archives that are not based on the work of government. But the concept of final disclosure made this battle finished. So cultural disclosure or mediation is difficult to translate to English, became the condition for cultural archival work, and the definition was set to qualify as cultural archives need to contribute to public cultural understanding, which involves activities such as historical interpretation, public engagement, social and societal meaning making, and so on, which all resonates with this model of cultural archiving I taught earlier. But in the same breath, governmental archives were practically excluded from this concept due to the bad state in which public archives were in that moment. They could not live up to that definition of cultural disclosure, having no access to any funding mechanisms to elevate their work. These concepts and these legal discussions around it, they established a split in the archival field in Flanders. Cultural archives were differentiated from that moment from governmental archives. And moreover, records created by government in the past or present, they cannot be records of culture. It's very clearly demarcated. So Flanders created an archival landscape, which on the one hand you have cultural archives, which are funded, which are enclosed in cultural policy, and cultural policy in Flanders is a very driving force into developing heritage institutions, but public archives are left out. What happened there is that Flemish government was unfamiliar with the nuances of public archives and proved to be receptive to lobbying efforts. At the time, a report was published as well about the state of local archives, and they were in a very bad state because there was no policy for decades around it. Practitioners rooting at that moment for a primary cultural role were not heard, as they lacked the organization and unified voice to influence policy making. And at the meantime, the ideological archives wielded their political power to shape the concept of cultural archiving around their own needs, securing and concentrating funding, while actively excluding other types of archives. So it really is an arena once you delve into it. But where does that leave us? So we have a binary system which separates archives internally. And there were efforts from the public archival field to break down this division, but the split remains firmly in place. Archives are not seen as cultural. Public archives are not seen as cultural, and there is no central policy towards administrative archives from within the land-based governments, so they have no access to substantial funding to elevate their work. Am I already here? Yeah. I think I'm allowed to stress that Flemish cultural policy has systematically marginalized public archives and promoting a pragmatic and sometimes even contradictory approach, which contrasts sharply with its inclusive and well-supported approach to museums, which has encouraged professionalization and growth. Cultural policy in recent years shifted towards this new public management idea and this prioritizing of high-profile institutions for cultural, economic and political gains while showing little interest in supporting those not taking part in the big league. To summarize, cultural archiving in Flanders is defined politically and used more as a mechanism to sharpen policy boundaries than as a societal endeavor. In Flanders, cultural archiving is less about preserving culture, but more about defining the heritage policy scope and scale governmental responsibilities. This framework has created a division in the landscape, which has been deeply institutionalized at this moment. It's become very difficult to overcome this from bottom up. The Flemish policy treats the cultural and social roles of archives with different standards, seeing public archives as secondary partners in this regard. This contrasts with how the public archival field perceives its own role, as indicated by my surveys and my interviews, and the insights in international literature that transitional change needs to be effectuated at local and grassroots level, whereas impact is very personal and very real. So how does this affect the argument I've been making for a community-oriented model of cultural archiving at the public institutional level? Well, put simply, the prospects are not ideal. The field is divided and access to cultural policy is limited. Yet public archives must continue to pursue this role, claiming the concept of cultural disclosure. This can be wielded by public archives, and the idea or the claim this stands that democracy and transparency are by default cultural matters. The model I propose can serve as a rallying point, by engaging contemporary collecting, broadening what constitutes community or cultural records, and promoting inter-community dialogue and recognition, local archives can make themselves more culturally relevant and assert a place within the official heritage arena. Because this recognition elevates support, and in the meantime, it's very important to engage with these communities and to strive for this in-community connection. So it works both ways, and it's not difficult. That's maybe the main point. Engaging with communities, it seems a bit like discussions about sustainability. Where do I start? And the idea is you just have to do it. In Herentals, the city where I work, we started a few weeks ago with, we just had a chat with Ukrainian people living there. They were fleeing from the war. They're now trying to build up a life. And we sat down and had a chat with them. It was the first thing in. It's not difficult. You just have to do it. When I first began my doctoral research, I was highly interested in the concept of archival activism, and I still like to stress the importance of archival activism to take on a societally engaged. Now I'll finish. But in Flanders, if you want to become an archival activist, you have to learn the rules of the game. So activism at this moment, I think it's more against cultural and governmental policy. You have to find a way in and to change it from within. Yeah, let's leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for such impressive presentation. Maybe there are questions.
First of all, thank you a lot. It was really interesting and relevant, in my opinion. But maybe you can give some examples how the public archives try to engage the audience, try to get more relevant, not only in the eyes of politicians, but in the eyes of community itself, to engage it in the future work.
Yeah, well, I'm performing a lot of interviews right now with institutions at very different scales, archival institutions and museums. The practices at this moment which are performed, they're not very conclusive on that. So it's difficult to find cases or practices which really leverage that inter-community dialogue, and that's a bit the point I'm making. It's kind of a call. But you see some interesting projects coming from, in Flanders we have this kind of heritage institutions which are not collection-based, but it's more like focusing on tangible and experiences and effective heritage practices. And they have this kind of mapping projects where you start from geographical areas, and in that areas you just start walking around. You have a methodology, of course, to engage with people living there, and you're trying to talk with them about their experiences in daily life. So it's not really capturing life stories, but it's having interviews, having chats. In Ghent is a very interesting project at this moment. It's the Square Kilometer, where there's an oral historian in residence literally every quarter of the city. It's a project for 20 years or so. It's going on. Trying to capture these dynamics, and from these dynamics, and you search for what connects people. So yeah, difficult to give concrete examples, but this absolutely. No. It departs from contemporary experiences of these kind of questions. So what makes this place yours? What do you feel? Where do you go walking with your dog? What is your trajectory? Those kind of questions. And it's very important that we don't use the word heritage on that, because heritage is projection. So it's about effective performances of people just within society at today. Yeah.
Thank you once more. And now it's time to present our final presenter. it will be Stana Tadic from Belgrade University, online, as you see. And her topic is human rights archives and their roles in strengthening democracy. And some words about presenter. Stana Tadic is a historian and educator with a strong focus on archival science and the preservation of historical documentation. Currently serving as examiner of history as ES level in Cambridge International Education since June 2019, she evaluates student assessments to enhance educational quality. As a history teacher at Cardwell International School in Belgrade since 2015, Ms. Tadic has developed the comprehensive lessons plans that have significantly improved students' exams pass rates. Her expertise also extends to women's rights advocacy, having worked as a consultant for Kvina till Kvina, where she produced influences analysis for EU integration and gender benchmark in the Balkans. Previously, as a chief archivist and researcher at the Humanitarian Law Centre in Belgrade, she spurred the preservation and digitalization of critical records, collaborating with the International Criminal Tribunal from the former Yugoslavia. Currently pursuing a PhD in history at the Faculty of Media and Communication in Belgrade, Tadic combines her passion for history with a commitment to innovative educational methodologies. So, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction. I hope you can hear me. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I will be presenting human rights archives and their roles in traditional democracies. And yes, I'm here in my former capacity of the Chief Archivist of the Humanitarian Law Centre in Belgrade. I worked there for almost 10 years. Right now I'm a history teacher and also I'm pursuing my PhD. So, I'm sorry, just to see. Yeah, so I decided to start my presentation with a famous quote from a French philosopher and theorist who wrote in his very famous book, Discipline and Punish, it is possible to reconstruct huge part of the history of one period through the prosecutions that had been stored in the archives of the judicial system of that country. The true nature of the state is written in court judgments, and it can be found in ways of monitoring prisoners through physical and psychological punishment. I decided to put this quote because the archives I used to work in consisted, among other things, of many court documentation that was related to the violation of international humanitarian law and human rights abuses during the wars in former Yugoslavia. But before I start talking about that, okay, yeah, I'll prepare something about myself, but that I will skip that because I had a very nice introduction. I would like to tell you something about the archives of human rights in general, about that concept, because it's relatively new, and it is, of course, related to the human rights abuses that happened in the numerous conflicts in the 20th century. Sometimes they were called human rights archives, sometimes documentation centers containing documents regarding war crimes and human rights abuses. And we could find a lot of collections of that kind in different countries worldwide related to the different conflicts. And usually, very often, one of the questions that rose after the conflict in the post-conflict societies is what to do with the documentation that is left after the conflict. So in 2003, there was a conference of the Roundtable on Archives that took place in Cape Town, and it adopted a resolution on archives and human rights violations. Because, of course, the documents existed, but there was no policy what to do. There was no universal policy what to do with those documents and how to handle it, and what would be the appropriate way regarding handling documents, using them, and maybe most importantly, when to open those archives. What about sensitivity of the documents and all that? So in part, this resolution invited International Council of Archives, that is the Ruth organization, and UNESCO to put in place a preservation program for archival funds that would document violations of human rights. And to implement this resolution, International Council of Archives established Human Rights Working Group. The person who was in charge of this group was an expert in the area. That's Trudy Huscomb-Peterson, and she led the section of the Archives and Human Rights of the International Council of Archives. This section disseminates information on the importance of archives to defend human rights and the use of the archives in protecting the violations of human rights. So why the transitional societies need human rights archives collections? Of course, there is a universal demand for memory, truth, and justice in relation to the serious violations of the human rights committed in many countries during the 20th century. So I decided to point out several most important reasons. The first one is, of course, the preservation of memory. So human rights archives serve as repositories for the memories of victims and survivors. They ensure the personal accounts, documents, artifacts, and they make sure that they are preserved for the future generations, helping to maintain a collective memory of injustices. Then there is also a very important factor of accountability. So those archives play a crucial role in promoting accountability by documenting human rights violations. And this evidence can be used in legal proceedings, truth commissions, and historical research. So let's say that the role of the human rights archives in this is threefold in this regard, because they contribute to justice for victims and they also keep the memory. They serve as support for healing and reconciliation. So by allowing victims to share their stories and experiences, archives can facilitate healing and contribute to process the reconciliation within societies recovering from conflict of authoritarianism. This is particularly important in my country, where we still, after 20 years after the conflict, we are still in the process of reconciliation and healing the wounds, and there were still debates about what really happened during the disintegration of Yugoslavia. So usually created by civil organizations rather than government institutions, with a specific process of creation, methodology, and policies. There are some examples where our human rights archives or archives dealing with the violations of human rights were created by the state or supported by the state. And I gave two examples. One is Stasi records archive in the Federal Archives in Germany. And the other notable example is South Africa's Truth and Reconciliation Commission records that were created and preserved by state or the government institutions. Humanitarian Law Center, where I worked, was a civil society organization founded in 1992, and it was dedicated to dealing with the war crimes during wars in former Yugoslavia. The research began on the very same year when the war in Croatia started, and basically the researchers started by interviewing refugees who came to Belgrade, but later on the researchers they conducted the field research when it was possible, of course, in the areas that were not that affected with the war. And gradually, since 1992, the collection of the testimonies became bigger and bigger. By 2005, there was a need to create an archive out of it, out of the primary documentation that was collected by the HLC. But in the meantime, due to several projects that were conducted by the HLC staff, for example, monitoring of war crime trials, they started collecting the other types of communication. And at the end, HLC archive was contained different types of documentation in terms of format. There were video testimonies, there were written testimonies, and in terms of provenance. So there were primary documentation that was collected by the researchers themselves, but there were also archival, part of its archival materials was from the institutions which it had cooperated in the course of the next 20 years of the existence. And these were the national courts in Serbia, the units that were dealing with the war crimes trials, and also the ICTY. ICTY stands here for the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia. So according to the contract that they made, HLC contained the copy of the entire video archive of the trials in the ICTY, and these were like hours and hours of material. So list of the collections of the funds you can find on this web page. And later on, in my last slide, you can find all the sources that I used for this presentation. That was about HLC archive. And the other project that is also, I found very important for this story, is the documentation center that is called Wars from 1991 to 1999. It was also the civil society organization that worked in the 2000s, in the period of from 2002 until 2015, I think. It was mainly the oral history project. Oral history is, I put the definition, but we already had a presentation on oral history, so maybe there is no need to elaborate more that. It's an interactive, intersubjective process that springs from an engagement with memory, and oral history narratives sometimes do not add much factual information about past events, but they do reveal what meanings people attach to the past, what emotions they associate with it, and what kind of psychological effects it has left on them. For the events from 1991-1999, oral history projects were very valuable. So specifically the Wars 1991-1999 project encompasses testimonies from civilians, former soldiers, prisoners of war in Croatia and Bosnia. They were of different nationalities, different age, different background, and that was, of course, on purpose. That was deliberately. They were chosen deliberately to be different. This initiative was undertaken by members of civil organizations based in Belgrade, and the authors articulate the motivation for this project stems from the recognition that the prevailing narrative surrounding the wars in the former Yugoslavia had often lacked authentic testimonies from witnesses and participants who have frequently been relegated to the status of objects in the discourse rather than being acknowledged as active subjects. In other words, there was an official story and history of the wars, or rather several official histories depending on the state they're coming from. But for a very long time, the active participants in the war or civilians or victims were never asked about their experience. And even if they're asked, it was not how to say, it was not recorded. So the project objectives are twofold. First, to empower victims and witnesses to articulate their experiences in their own voices. And second, to preserve the vivid memory of this period characterized by destruction. The testimonies collected are not solely focused on extreme experiences. Rather, they illuminate this transition from normalcy to abnormality in everyday life during these turbulent times. They were preserved in their original video formats, as well as published in several volumes. So the names of the interviewees were not disclosed. We know only their city of origin and the age. They were kept. The books could be accessible in the National Library of Belgrade, as well as the video testimonies. This work offers a compelling analysis that captivates readers, even those who may be less familiar with the specific historical context. And it illuminates the universality of human suffering and explores the moral dilemmas and reflections on war, particularly through the lens of retrospective insight. What were the outcomes of these two projects? They are very important for my country, for the society in my country, but I have to say that are not very visible, but they're becoming more and more visible. The HLC archive is open for research. There were several dissertations already written on the basis of this documentation. A lot of documentation was used during the national court proceedings because, among other things, the HLC staff served as advocates. They advocates and they participated. They attended the courts on behalf of the victims sometimes, and therefore they had the right to access the documentation from the trials. Finally, the outcome was the publication of Kosovo Memory Book, because among other conflicts, conflict in Kosovo was also covered with this documentation, and it was a book containing the short narratives or short accounts about every victim, containing the statement that was collected by the researcher, but also it was cross-referenced with the, for example, information from the ICRC, International Committee of Red Cross, or some other or core documents. So it was covered by several sources, cross-referenced with several sources. As for the Documentation Center Wars, the outcome is publication of the book in several volumes containing all testimonies, oral history, interviews. These are the sources for my presentation, and that would be it from my side. If you have any questions for me, I will be happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Stana, for so relevant topic, especially in nowadays war conflict situations. And maybe there are questions for presenter.
Thank you for your really interesting presentation. And the title of your presentation is The Human Rights Archives and Their Role in Strengthening Democracy. Could you expand a little bit on that strengthening democracy element in how these archives work at the current situation in Serbia? So could you expand a little bit? Thank you.
Well, I mean, transitional process is a part of strengthening democracy. I don't believe that there will be a democratic society without dealing with the past and dealing with the past properly. So if you want to have a real democratic society with the real democratic values, and this includes human rights values, you need to, to reflect on the recent past. This was specifically the case with my country. because some wounds are still very fresh. And the problem is that societies that were in the conflict a couple of decades ago, we are now neighbors, and we are supposed to cooperate politically and economically and in every other possible sense. We have to cooperate. And the problem is that every now and then there were certain nationalistic impulses and rhetorics that is used to create some kind of a turmoil. It was not that serious, of course, but I think it really hampered the development of the democracy in all societies, not just in the society in Serbia. So in that sense, I think that the openness, transparency about what happened, but really objectively, it's not about who did what to whom, but to, how to say, to make this information transparent and to make this information, how to say, objective and make people believe those informations and not some populist rhetorics is extremely important. Because, I mean, in Serbia, populist rhetorics is pretty much based on nationalism, and nationalism is very much connected with the recent wars. That's what I would say in short, although it's a very, very, very wide topic. So, I mean, yeah, I could discuss much longer, but that's in short.
Thank you. Maybe one more question, please.
Yes, I have one question. I was wondering if similar documentation centers or initiatives to establish similar documentation centers exist in the neighboring countries, and if collaboration among documentation centers would make sense as part of the reconciliation process.
Yes, thank you for this question. Maybe I should include that in my presentation. There was certain cooperation between, of course, NGOs. There was no cooperation on the government level, as far as I know, but HLC cooperated with one NGO in Croatia. The name is Documenta, and another NGO from Sarajevo, from Bosnia. It is called it was Research and Documentation Center, right? And they had several joint projects. Actually, they shared the information because HLC had some information about the victims from Bosnia, but they needed to check them or maybe to add some information. So in that sense, this cooperation was very valuable. And they also cooperated in creating the joint database of all the victims. So yes, there is, but on the civil society level. Yeah.
Thank you. More questions? No. If no, then I would like to thank you once more, Stana, for your presentation. And I would like to thank all presenters here of the session and also all listeners for being in this session. I think that we saved some time, but very, very soon we'll come back with closing remarks. But I think that there are people in another session, or no? We have wait for them, okay? So we have some minutes free time. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, dear all who survived until now, until this moment, thank you, dear conference speakers, listeners, viewers, partners, colleagues, and co-workers. At the moment, I'm a little bit too energized to be fully objective, but I believe that the conference, memorial institutions, and the state was highly successful. On behalf of the National Library, I sincerely thank you for your contribution to exploring this complex and multi-phase topics. Today is filled with professional discussions among experts from libraries, museums, archives, universities, and research institutes have helped to satisfy our professional thirst, at least for a time, and opened new horizons for the future connections. I'm deeply grateful to everyone who shared these insights, who criticized policymakers, and who praised the brave colleagues on the front lines, risking themselves to capture the everyday realities of war. You spoke courageously, discussed uncomfortable situations, and shared sensitive stories, from the Holocaust to the collective traumas memorialized in today's museums and memorial sites. And we are very happy as National Library of Lithuania that we could give you a neutral platform to discuss about everything, about all these topics, and that you came to us in the very late autumn. So thank you to the scientific committee, to the organizing committee, to the technical support and all co-workers who were with us. And I think that we will finish with applause later because I still have questions. So my dear scientific committee members, we survived also till the end. What was new for you during these 2 days? And maybe you found any new connections and new, I don't know, friends or co-workers. And what are you taking back to your institutions and to your homes?
For me? Okay. So I am very glad to be being here. And I would like to thank for National Library for invitation me in this committee, and I want to share my impressions about conference. 2 days was wonderful days because we have discussions, we have very good presentations, and I think that we can reveal 3 main aspects of a problem. First, theory. Second, methodology. And third, the practice. And this third, for me, was very interesting because the problem memory and state, policy and practice in all countries of Europe, was very interesting for me. And this aspect, the state policy and individual memory, this connections, it was very, very interesting. So thank you for your presentations and thank you for organization of this conference.
Monika, will you share?
Yeah, I just thought first that maybe I shouldn't speak because I don't know what is new, but what I know that it's very relevant and very important what we were doing here, because today Europe, world, and Lithuania and the other countries are in particular threat, I would say, threat to democracy. And if we don't have democracy, I don't know what will happen with our institutions. And if the states becomes authoritarian or even worse, there is no freedom to research, to explore, to store objects in memory institutions. And there is just one allowed narrative, the official narrative of the state. And unfortunately, the trends in the world today shows that many countries are going that direction, from democracy, from the rule of law to authoritarianism, or even worse. So I think this place, and that's why I'm very, very grateful for being here, is this hub. How do we prepare for those challenges that might happen soon here as well, and how do we resist potential attempts to force any censorship or situations like that, because I believe that knowledge and democracy and freedom of thought is very, very, very widely related. So thank you very much for this wonderful conference.
Thank you both for, actually we had a lot, for some of you I was, we were talking during the informal meetings, and I was talking about how we worked hard and how we collected all your papers. So actually I think we were very successful to have you here. So it was, maybe we can have one short comment from audience if you want to share what new was for you. Maybe someone wants to share the very last comment.
Maybe we should applaud first.
Okay, okay, maybe we should. Okay, let's applaud. So thank you for applause. And the very, very last information, what will be next?
I won't tell at least now what will be next. First of all, I am now a chair of organizing committee. Before me, it was Sigita. I want to say very much thank you, Sigita, because she did a huge huge work, but now she is pursuing some other things in her life, and we wish her the luck. And yeah, I can reflect on the process. Probably a year ago, we came with this idea that we could do library and the state. Later we thought, okay, library is too little, maybe we should expand on memory institutions. And we started thinking about that call for papers, and yeah. And now, today for me, it's like today and yesterday, it was like intellectual feast. I came here and I was enjoying absolutely wonderful presentations, wonderful presenters. So thank you once again for you all that you were not afraid to come to Lithuania. But probably we are not academic institution, but we, as Ingrida told, we are a neutral platform. So this is our advantage. So thank you for that. And that, okay, all the presentation that were presented in this hall, they were streamed, and they will be there will be possibility to find them on YouTube, on our channel. We will cut them, we'll put the titles, names, and whatever. It will be easier for you to navigate. So, but again, not only these YouTubes, but we would like to invite you to prepare papers, articles for our journal, which is published by National Library of Lithuania. It's called Relevant Tomorrow. We will send you all the information about the requirements and whatever. So we really would appreciate if all this feast would be in one place, or at least most part of that. So that is about the future. And one more thing. This conference is called Annual Conference of the National Library of Lithuania, but actually it's Annual Conference of Statehood Centre of National Library. We are a unit of the National Library, and next year we will have another conference, and we are thinking about the power of powerless. It's a concept coming from Václav Havel, and we would like to discuss the solidarity in our region, which comes from our shared historical experiences, how we reacted, where we solidar at that time? Are we becoming more solidar right now? I believe, as Monika said, that in this geopolitical situation, the regional solidarity is becoming quite important. So if someone find this topic resonating, please contact us and we will start working on our next conference. So thank you once again, and we would like to see you in some of our events, right? So thank you.
Yeah. So thank you for being in the National Library of Lithuania, and we will see you next time.